Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times. It's a real privilege, but you know, for us, we want to see others get involved in this. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
There's a lot of things that kids miss out on, and so to have businesses step up and want to be involved and to help is a game changer for schools. It really is.
Food is your medicine. If you really want good health, know where your food's coming from.
We wanted our children to grow up in the wilderness. The world needs kids like that.
Māori have always understood the best way to live on this harsh land. We can hold on to our tikaka, our practices, our traditions, and bring them into this day and age.
Get the MāORI Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make MāORI Plus your mate and stream now.
Hey. Sport is about more than just a game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass on.
Tēnā koutou e te wānau e mātakitaki mai nei ki Pakātā Māori. Kai Taranaki whānui tātou, ko Taranaki te maunga hiki o rā, ko ngā awa pārangatanga o Hurino i te maunga. Nei rā ona uri, ko ngā maanga, ko Ngāti Moia'u, ko Ngāti Aupoto, hoki noa mai, ki tēnei wā I rongonui o te waka eke ngaru ko Tuirao, nau mai, aere mai, piki mai, kaki mai, ki tēnei waka taitai, āmutu mo ngā rangatai, mai ia roe, hurino Aotearoa, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Chris Luke tēnei, ko tētei o koutou kaiwhakapāho mo tēnei rā, me Gav Bisman, taku hoa ki taku taha, ko Mao tēnei, tō koutou nei kai kōrero. Nō reira tēnā koutou.
Mōrena, bro. Mōrena. Finals day here in Taranaki. The locals have laid on Stent Road for us again.
Absolutely, absolutely. Really consistent break. Always getting swell. Probably one of the premier breaks around here, that's for sure. Probably in Aotearoa, but these guys are so lucky to have this break today.
They are indeed. We obviously were up the coast earlier in the week at Fitzroy Beach for a few days, and mid Wednesday we actually called the day early just due to I guess almost unsafe conditions, and then we came down here yesterday and had a phenomenal day. I think we ran about 13 yards of surfing yesterday, and just in some idyllic and absolutely pumping conditions throughout the day. So swells dropped a little bit today. But as we can see on the screen, mate, some great conditions for the start of today for Under 18 girls semi-final. So a little bit sleepy on the higher tide this morning, generally.
Yeah, usually a bit more water on the reef, So but I'd say as the tide starts pushing out, we're going to get some really outstanding, excellent wave. You know, he moana puki puki kei te haere mai, you know. Hopefully the big ones are going to be coming.
We saw that yesterday. There was about, I mean, I was going to say a few hours, but it was about a 6-hour period on the tide, and it just was pumping. Yeah, there was a lot of groms who were pretty excited. I had a couple of kids come in at the end of the heat, and they'd actually unfortunately lost in that heat. And one of the girls in particular comes to mind, and she was so excited, and she got third in the heat, and she's not going to carry on to today's finals. But she said, I can't believe I got the surface to me. There were only 3 girls out for the last 20 minutes. And she was so happy and excited, which was kind of cool. She hadn't, you know, she wanted to be in the event and that, but that was less of the concern. She was just felt privileged and wanted to be part of it. I was so stoked that she was one of the girls.
E koe nā te mea nui mo tēnei o ngā whakataitai. I hara I te whakahiki ngaru anake, engari te whakakotahitanga o te whānau hiki ngari o te motu. You know, and it's a competition, but it's all about, you know, participation as well. You know, and it's really, really cool.
I think that's it with the kids. It's I mean, the difference in this event too with the National Scholastic Surfing Championships is not that just they're surfing for themselves, and because, you know, surfing is quite an individual sort of solo sport a lot, but with this one the great overriding factor is that they actually come down as part of a team. There's the under 14s, under 16s, under 18s, the boys and girls, there's a longboard surfer, and they come down and they actually are not only surfing for themselves but for their region. So I believe this year we've got 10 different regions, all the way from Southland, we have a tournament, all the way up to Northland as well. So I think that's it just brings this bigger aspect to the event, and for them they share that team situation with each other and one another.
Mai te rerenga wairua tai atu rā ki te waipaunamu, whakapiti atu rā ki te tai rāpiti hoki no mai ki te tai tamatāne, ko mātai tēnei, and that's a big mihi to everybody out there.
Indeed, there's a lot of parents, a lot of volunteers, a lot of the teachers, and you know, and each region has their own supporters and businesses and local businesses who have actually helped make all these kids, you know, get here and help make it possible for them. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes, but it's this kind of cool community spirit that's really around this event, which makes it a big special one. We have obviously the New Zealand Nationals, which normally happen around in January, but it is this one that is the biggest national event for all children here in New Zealand. We actually had the New Zealand Primary School Championships in Gisborne just last weekend. And then this is a week-long event, hence you know, that's how big the event is. It takes a whole week. We've spent 5 days of plenty of surfing to get here to finals. And now we see, obviously on the screen, Grace Country from Northland in the red rash out there. A little bit stormy out there this morning, so it's nice to see those bright, colourful rashes and be able to identify our surfers. But as you can see, all the girls are representing different areas. Chloe Grube surfing phenomenally this week, so she's out in the white rashing for the MΑORI team. Ayla G there just at the bottom of the screen in bright green for the Waikato. Most of those groms are from sort of Raglan and that. And then Lani Fraser is also from Waikato, so great to see 2 of the Waikato team in this grand final. In the semi-final for the girls.
Ko tīmata Chloe Grube o tōna ngaru tuatai, kua mau ia I te whā mo tērā ngaru. No reira, tēnō pai tēnā pūtakitanga mō tōna tīmatanga o tēnei, o tōna whakataitai. No reira, ka pai tēnā. So Chloe's just got her first wave, and she's scored a 4 for that, and it's a good solid foundation. You know, as we say, you know, hangaia te whare, we build the house first, and then you know, and then open up later on. So kei te hanga ia I tōna whare.
You normally see a lot of action at the start of the heat, especially with the groms. I think they're always a bit keener than some of the older surfers, but they're keen to get active, and you will see, especially if it's a little bit sleepier with the sets and things, quite often they'll try and want to get that first sort of score on the board, even if it's a smaller one. It might become a backup score later on. But I mean, something like a 4, it's in that average range for the judges, so you know, that's a good little start, and they will slowly just start to increase on that. So 20-minute heats today for all the surfers, and the idea is they get a 12-wave maximum, and it's their top 2 scores that are the keepers. So that's what people will be seeing on the screen. The total of the 2 waves are the best 2, and that's obviously fluid throughout the heat. And yeah, I mean, semi-finals, it's that first and second position that moves through to the finals coming up. I think there's only a couple of semi-finals this morning, and we went to finals action all day long. And of course, that is you know, from the competitive side of it, it's all about who's aiming for that #1 spot.
Kua timata Grace, kua taka ia o, kua hinga ia I muri I te ngari. So it just fell off the back of that one, and it was a good takeoff though. The whitewash is actually quite hard to take off in whitewash.
Yeah, it sort of pitches up and lose that stability of the board. So you can see the girls just quite closely bunched. I mean, obviously, sometimes if we call it so classic extent, you know, there's quite a defined sort of take-off area, but then some surfaces like yesterday we saw a lot of that too. Some of the, not even the bigger sets, but just some of the sets breaking a bit wider, and you almost had sort of 1 or 2 separating themselves from the pack. But we can see this morning the girls were quite close. I always wonder if there's a bit of sight talking or just a couple of jokes, or certain surfers will relax themselves and want to be quite quiet. Others will deliberately be like kind of hooting and making plenty of noise and sort of amping themselves up. You see Lani Fraser is from Waikato there. More comfortable on the lefts of Raglan maybe, eh? So she's like, I'll find a left that's 10. Not often we see those. There was a couple of big lefts on the out the back yesterday coming through, but can get a little bit treacherous out there when you're trying to paddle back out. So the girls are coming back into the sort of on the edge here.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, a bit of a carve at the top there, and just falling off the back, and she might get an okay score for that. So she's going again. Oh, right over the boil. Off the bottom.
Chloe Brooks, a standout junior in the last year or two, and now into the really good. She's starting to get things on the international stage too, going overseas and competing in some of those bigger international events of ISA World Games and the likes. You'll see that too if we see senior sets. Ideally, yesterday it was pretty good. We had a good sort of anywhere from 3 to 6 waves, give or take, in the set. And of course, that's the time when all surfers are trying to grab them. On the screen too, you'll see we've got the scores there. Obviously, the names, the colours, but the little P1 that people at home will see on the screen. So that is a priority has been used in this event. So what that means is that the good old days of us kind of paddling over each other and hassling each other for waves, thankfully those are gone. We now have what we call a priority system, and that is within the zone, within the takeoff zone. There's a priority judge specifically watching not the surfing, but the surfers themselves and where they are. And so now you'll see Ayla G, regardless of her scores, she has the first priority. So if a set comes in, basically that P1, that first priority, means she has first choice of any wave that comes in. So it's kind of nice too, especially on the point breaks where you can take that anxiety out of it and go, I know I'm going to get a turn. I get to pick the wave I want. Later in the heat it can be quite tactical if you're using that to block someone else. Lani did get a pretty similar score there. You see Chloe Gould extending her lead too, so that 4-point right earlier on, and then another little back up there.
I know that when we sit out there, we look for the boils out the back. So, and when there's a boil, it means the wave's going to, pitch up over that. So, those are some of the signs that we look for when we sit out there.
You've got a couple
as a local.
A couple of special little rocks or balls.
I can't divulge that.
Oh, I thought I might have snuck it out of you. I noticed yesterday actually looking straight at the break and then to the left of us, you'd sort of watch the sets coming through, just I guess with the swelling on the left, and that was a little bit of an indicator as to what was going to come through. I'm not sure if it's always like that, but definitely yesterday it was I think a few of the grommers as the day went on started to click onto that and keep an eye on things. Yeah,
usually we look over to the farmhouse, which is just to the right, and it's usually about, if we see a set coming through there, it's usually 2 minutes later. There you go.
The inside knowledge. That's right. We probably won't give them much more, but that's a little tip for the finalists today. So base comes down, nice little one there. So Ayla G, see, just being patient with that first priority too. Sometimes you go like, oh, I want to get busy, but you do realise like actually maybe I do wait for a set. If I know I need 4s and 5s, you kind of know, look, I don't want to take a little small one. I'll wait, try and give myself the best opportunity to find the best one.
Got someone paddling, okay, kua taka ia ki raro, ka tū ia ki runga tōna papahiki ngaru, wei kua hinga.
Caught up in that white wheel, unfortunately, for Ayla. And that's sometimes where, you know, sometimes the surfers might be a little frustrated themselves using their priority and then not paying off.
Lo tēnā pai tēnei. I rua ngā huringa. Oh, ko patua te ngutu. Oh.
That's a good wave, though.
Yeah, tēnā pai tōna ngaru.
Yeah, so the judges are looking for, you know, there's a few key words like speed, power, flow, critical maneuvers in the pocket, but also too that. So it's not just the number of turns a surfer will do, it's the quality of them. But we definitely saw Lani give her a couple of good turns there. Even falling on that last one though, they don't score what she didn't do, it's all about what she has done on the wave. So they've kind of got a range, you know, that those 2 points are just pretty bad.
I felt her first turn was pretty good. It was a nice little snap in there,
yep.
Pocket.
And that's where those single balls can be up into the good range in the 6 point plus. And we saw that yesterday, a few single maneuvers getting into that 6-7 range because of just the court open. So yeah, judges have kind of got a scale sort of between basically 0 to 10. Anything that 2 and lower is, you know, not so good. Then we get into the average in that sort of 4 or 5 point range. Anything that the judges have been good, then you start to look around the 6 to 8 range. And if it's an excellent wave, then they start to be in the 8 to 10 range. 10 of course being, you know, the perfect wave goes right. There's not too many that make that mark, but we actually got one at primary schools though last week. Lenny Quinn got a perfect 10 in the semi-final, so it was pretty cool to see. He was seeing a nice little replay. Hopefully we'll see Blue's last wave there. Lani, the judges agreed with us.
There you go, must have been that first hit, eh?
I believe so, yeah.
Spray to the heavens.
Yeah.
Kōputanga wai ki a rangitu
And like that, you know, jumps from sort of in that lower position straight into first. You know, definitely with 6.5 minutes now, that's you know, that's where you want to be starting to put on. I know normally around that 5 minute mark, the surfers will have like almost like what we call a 5 minute warning, where they start to know, okay, I mean, if they need those scores, they're working a bit harder for it. If they know they've got a better score and they're in position, then what they're trying to do is gain that upper priority to then perhaps try and hold the other surfers at waves. I saw Blue there too. Looks like she's just waving out, mate. Like she's not waving to mum on the point. Sometimes they might be waving to a coach or getting instruction around maybe where to sit. But that will be her just perhaps calling the beach commentator for a time update, or she might be asking for her score over the speakers out there that are along the point. Sometimes that's just because they want to hear it and know where they're at. Other times that can be something that they want their competitors to know that they've got a better wave.
I think the priority starts to come into play now, coming to the end of the heat. But Chloe needs to probably be sitting on Grace.
Indeed, yeah.
You know, so she wants to keep her second position or get a wave so that she goes ahead of Lani.
Yeah, this is the tactics, right?
Yeah, the tactic stuff starts coming into play, and let's see if anything's been played out.
Yeah, now Lani and Chloe kind of that first and second start to not only think about improving scores, it's more about protecting the situation they have, and ideally, there's still rules around what you can and can't do. There isn't interference as such made with priority, and with priority, if you get an interference call against you, you actually lose your entire second score, so it can be a crucial mistake to make.
Lani has one under priority, and I don't think she's going to beat her score on that one, but she's keeping moving, and sometimes that's a really good thing to do in competition. If you sit there too long, you start overthinking things.
Yeah. I'm definitely a person in heats. I just need to keep moving. I need to keep busy. Some people I think can do it, and they literally go, I only need 2 waves, I'm going to be calm, I'm going to find just the 2. Whatever. I'm the erratic guy who just paddles around and goes, I'll take 10 and hope the 2 of them turn into good ones.
Hyperactive person, eh?
Not normally, but yeah, I'm not a contest surfer. I surf for the love of it. But you see right now, though, these guys are okay. They get to surf for the love of it, but they're so good at it, they get to compete as well. Hence why I'm running behind the microphone and not out in the water, brother. So this is the cool thing too. On the hill yesterday we had, and throughout the last few days at Fitzroy as well, but the teams are up on the hills and around the rocks. And I guess initially they're kind of talking to the silvers and maybe trying to blow them. By this point, a few minutes ago, now the cheering begins and really just being like support group for each other. It's been great. Taranaki closing.
Patua.
Beautiful turn there.
Tini pai tērā, Maru. Tini pai.
Yeah, definitely. I think she will add to her scoreline on that one. That's the roof on the house, that score. So now you can see the other girls now like, oh, now we've got to get moving. Now see, this is where Chloe now has that second priority, but Ayla still, even though she's in fourth, it's not a big score she needs. Here we see the replay for Lani.
Off the bottom and it hits that really nicely. That's the money turn right there. Comes back round to the power source. Yeah, excellent wave.
See Chloe there, almost using this wave to keep the girls off it as much as, you know, she's actually managed to make this a great wave herself. I feel like that was a bit of a tactical move as well, trying to just go that covered wave they need from the score and need to take it. Oh, here we see, so Ayla has used her priority. Oh, and she's found a great running right-hander here.
She might get an alright score for that one.
Yeah, a little flurry of activity. Well, I bet you there's a few mums up on the rocks now, freaking out. 2 minutes to go. And there's those, I mean, all three of them are quite good waves. Plenty of scoring potential for all the surfers, so.
Grace is in the seat now. She's got priority, and so she'll be hoping that a really good wave comes in and stands up over the reef, hitting that boil, and she'll be going up into the lip to try to secure.
Did any of them come to you and ask for a bit of inside info on the point? If you had some of the teams ask you a bit of local intel?
Well, I'm part of the Taranaki team, and we look after our own first. But hey, you never say never. Eh? Yeah, if someone comes and asks, especially the Grommies, you know,
yeah,
you always give them a hand.
Yeah. It's been cool to see in Taranaki. I noticed a bunch of the kids yesterday surfing with, obviously, you know, their mates from the other regions. As surfers, I think we're nomadic by design. You know, we travel around the country. We're here right now, but like I said, even in the last few weeks alone, we've been in Brisbane and South Flag and planning a trip up north after this one. So a lot of these kids, the great thing is they do the competitions as much just to go and see their friends at other surf spots around the country. And I think there's a bit of a community, almost a tribe. We visit each other, stay with one another.
Waka whanaungatanga, hey? Yeah. Waka whanaungatanga. And yeah, these kids here, they'll be mates, you know, for the rest of their lives, you know, through experiences like this.
Yeah, definitely. It's, I mean, mate, I feel almost getting goosebumps just talking about it. You know, I feel privileged. I know so many people around Aotearoa and internationally through surfing, and they are good friends, you know, and they're like an extended whānau for me around the world, which is cool. And the same thing goes, my door is always open to those people when they visit. Share the waves and the good times with them. Do you think Grace got this just before the hoodoo went at the end there? Because it could be a crucial wave.
Could be. She's surfing very well. Tēnā pai tōna maki. Tērā maru.
Yeah. So we saw Ayla G. She did get that 7.33. She used that priority. Got a 7.33 on that last wave. With her 5.3, that's boosted into first with that total 12.6 on the screen.
Tino tata rau atu, tino piri tata ma hua. Tēnei hiti.
Yeah, Lani's with the piri.
Really close.
Really close.
You know.
Yeah. I mean, you can see less than, you know, half a point sort of separating first and second. Chloe, unfortunately, she had that 4.7 earlier on, and then a 5.3, the total of the 10.10, but at this stage, not quite enough. We'll have to wait and see if that wave will Grace. I'm just not sure. if it fell into the scoreboard before the last hooter. And here we are straight into under 18 girls semi-final number 2. So yeah, generally 20 minutes in a heat, and then about 30-second delay give or take, and then they roll straight into the next one. So Sage Fritchley from the Bay of Plenty, she's been a phenomenal local surfer over where I am. And then the last couple of years, it's just like, yeah, her surfing is growing and growing. Poppy Entwistle.
Yeah, she's they've moved up here from Te Waipunamu, and kei te noho tōna wānau ki Rocky Point. So their family stay at Rocky Point. They've got a house just probably a couple of 100 metres off from that break, and wow, that's an awesome break.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
And she's been surfing really well here in Taranaki, and a welcome addition to our team.
Yeah, definitely. It's been great to see her. I think she's thrived on coming up here and having a bit of energy in the ocean, and you know, taking on a few bigger waves and those sorts of things. So you've seen her surfing grow because of it. Bonnie Lynch as well, just as we saw here the replay of Bonnie from Gisborne, comes from the Lynch family, a great family down in Wizzy, and all big surf fans. It's a nice wave there, just sort of dropped off into the channel, but she got that first nice cut. Kept her speed going through it, stayed on rail, and the judges will look at all those little sort of finer points of the surfing.
Right in the house.
Yep, that's maybe couldn't stand up as much as some of those ones we saw just at the end of the other heat, but it would be a great start. Sometimes too, it just helps get rid of the nerves in that start. You know, you're half excited, you're half nervous. You see Poppy. That fuller tide definitely still just holding the shoulder sort of back a bit, isn't it? And then Ariana Walker in the blue out there from the Bay of Plenty as well. She's been, yeah, mate, great. She's just a bundle of joy out there. She's so happy all the time, and you always see her on the surf, just big smiles. It's great to see her in the finals today. You see Sage Fritchley, you see there just working that wave as best she can to keep the momentum, keep the energy going.
I'm kind of looking for these couple of different swells today, eh? There's one swell that they'll take off, and it'll just go a little bit fat off the edge, but they're looking for the other swell that hits close into the point and stands up.
You can see like that one there. It sort of looks good at the start, but it just tapers off pretty quickly to nothing to that shoulder in the deeper water. We saw that yesterday, especially in the morning, again on this full of tide. They say as it drained out and then the kids got more sort of on the point, definitely that became less of an issue. Although with some of the bigger wider sixes, they kind of broke the point and started to shut down a bit, where you get a shorter wave there and then the wider one. But I mean, like I say, the judges were looking for that, you know, the power of the wave, bigger turns in those sections, that's going to be the highest score opportunities. So now we've seen with the other girls catching their waves, Bonnie now obviously back into the back of the lineup, that priority, the P1 pops up on screen, so now we can understand that she's got priority. Even if those small scores just knock in for girls, sometimes it is just settling the nerves. We call it getting your feet in the wax, and you're just kind of getting warm. You know you've got, one of your trusted surfers underneath you, but you just feel it. And you see Ariana.
Cutty back into the wash. Ko tute I me pai ki ai, te tēnō pai te āhuatanga o te moana, a ua papapaunamu te moana. Just saying that the water's really beautiful out there. There's no wind, and it's like greenstone.
Yeah, it is. It is. It was kind of like that yesterday. It was beautiful to see. I mean, to be fair, we were lucky even with the bit of rain we got yesterday. It actually just sort of dampened the wind and just stayed glassy and beautiful. At one stage yesterday we had that full, it was like the sort of inside, once the tide drained the brown, or a bit of the dirt, the rocks kind of building up, then the greens, and then into the blues, and then again. It was quite actually, we took a couple of shots of it. It looked so amazing there. Sage working hard there. So now what you've got to be careful is too is, with that priority situation being sort of underway today, even a paddle like that from a surfer, if they had, say, first priority, if that was Bonnie perhaps, and she paddled like that, that's deemed that you've tried to catch that wave. So even if you don't catch it, you do lose the priority. Sage, of course, under priority, so not too worried, she's staying busy.
Oh, tēnā pai, tēnā hurina.
well, as we talked about earlier too, I mean, you know, the length of the wave is not really in the criteria, like length of ride isn't, but obviously if the wave breaks longer, it gives you more opportunity, but that single turn could still go into the good range. You see Aotearoa, this one's standing up better.
Ai, tēnā pai. Ka pai tēnā maru.
Yeah, made the most of that opportunity.
E toru ngā huringa. I tērā maru.
And you see, yeah, as soon as the set comes through, they're all on it. Poppy here on this one as well.
Just got a bump there off the bottom before she came up for that last turn, but solid.
Yep, this will start to open up the heat. Like we talked about the priority too, you can see at the start, the less of that being the concern for the girls. At this stage, they really just want to try and catch some waves, get some scores. As we talked about later on, they start to be maybe more tactical with it. You see Bonnie Lynch. Doing another cutback, just unfortunately sort of grabs the rail there and tips herself over.
It's one of those swells, that didn't quite hit the reef.
Yeah. You kind of trick yourself into those, don't you? Yeah. They look so good on the peak, but it's not that sort of length to the wave. Whereas it was that wave of Aotearoa and then Poppy that perhaps didn't look so peaky out the back, but did actually run and give them more scoring potential. I think we might be lucky to get a replay of Aotearoa there on one of those ones where the scores come through. So yeah, we saw Bonnie at the start with that 4.5. So great start from her really, and then Sage with that 4.5. So all the girls have kind of got that backup score in there. Aotearoa didn't really have that, but then certainly did have that great longer wave, and she found, got those nicer turns into it. At this point, they sit back out there. This is when they start to kind of go, okay, how am I feeling? What have I got? Am I adding, a decent score?
Usually trying to get a couple of waves, a couple of waves to get that solid foundation, and they can sit and wait for just a better one,
Yeah. But you'll see once the surface gets even, in conditions of 5 or a 6, somewhere like that range, if they've got a 5 and a 6, you're not going to sit there and try and catch a wave that I think is going to give them perhaps a 3, a single return. You're going to have to, that's when you start to get a bit more patient and go, I'm now trying to add to my scoreline. I want to wait for that best set that's going to give me a chance to do 1, 2, 3 big turns and get a really healthy score. That was Bonnie Lynch there, so yeah.
Just moved to Tūranga Tuatari.
Just a small, that was her backup around the 2.7, but it adds to a total. The 7.2 total we see on screen now, putting them into the lead. And still, you can see, half the heat gone, half remaining, give or take, but still very, very close.
Kei te noho rātou, kei te tatari, o te maru pai.
Again, the servers all staying pretty close to each other too here. Does that change with the tide, or?
Usually these probably, out here, there's probably about 3 different takeoff spots. And it does change with the tide. When it gets a bit lower, you can take off. Obviously, you can risk it and take off deeper. But if you don't make it, it's
you'll pay your dues.
You'll pay your dues.
Yeah.
Taken off in the bowl, we call it.
Yep. I've sometimes it's almost I compare it to when I go over to Raglan, and sometimes you'll deliberately sit wider, hoping that someone takes off in that very inside position. If they don't make it, or perhaps they try the first turn and fall, and then that kind of gives you the opportunity to try and grab it and then run on the longer section of the wave.
I think today probably an advantage for these girls are probably going quite deep today because of the type of swell it is. I think the ones that are deep on the reef are the ones that are going to hit it and stand up.
Hold that better form and run a bit longer.
And you don't really want to be sitting wide today. So I probably think that's probably why they were nice and close together, because they're actually sitting quite deep on the reef.
Yeah. And that's what's good about having the priority now, because the good old days of us doing it, we would have been paddling over top of each other to try and hold that inside position, right? So it's kind of nice. The priority system, it's I'd say relatively new in the last sort of 5 years or so in competitive surfing, but it just helps eliminate a lot of that. It lets us concentrate on the surfing.
Kua piki a Poppy ki te tūranga tuatai. So Poppy's moved. She's up to first now.
See all the girls catching. Seems like they're a bit more active in this heat than the other one. Just trying to make the most of the opportunities as they come in. And then obviously they're aware too there might be those sets with what we call the swell period. I actually didn't manage to grab it this morning for here, but you know, if it's in those bigger double digits, then there's a bit more energy in the water. Whether that means there's more swell coming, sorry, the consistency of the waves coming through more. But the girls have realised, like, hey, there might be what we call a lull, where the ocean basically goes a bit flatter for a few minutes at a time, might be up to 5 minutes sometimes. So when those little sets come through, they're definitely more active and want to take every wave they can to give themselves as much opportunity as possible. I mean, we do that as surfers anyway, but in the contest, that's definitely more prevalent. They're trying to, take every opportunity they can to get a score on the board.
Yeah, we've got a paddle. We've got Sage. Sage is up. Hits the lip. Beautiful turn. Back to the energy source of the wave. Hopefully this might double up if she sticks with it. She's sticking with it. Bit of a tap there. Milking as much as she can out of it.
Yeah.
She might go all right in that one.
Working hard. I mean, that's important too. You kind of after that initial, the second sort of card, you think, it's easy to go, that might be it. But she did the right thing. Once you're up and you're committed to the wave, in the competitive sense, you are trying to make the most of it. So stick with it. If you get double up in your number 10, that can increase the score. Sometimes significantly, depending on the situation. Other surfers, sometimes you'll see the one big hit and they kind of drop down and they think, like more of so if they're at a point where you're later in the heat and they're near your 6, they're like, that's not going to be a wave. And you see them kick off quicker, you get back up, re-establish themselves for the priority. Yeah, this one a bit of a closer heat here.
7 minutes to go and still plenty of waves to be surfed.
So I mean, there's 3 East Coasters out there taking on the local Taranaki Grom. 2 from the Bay of Plenty too. So I guess, especially with semi-finals, I don't know. I talked to a few of the kids yesterday, more just jokingly, but I was like, once if there's 2 of you in a heater, you start to then use your priority later in the heat for a team, sort of for a team win as well. So each kid's obviously out there for their own sort of heat. But I mean, we saw a few yesterday where, 2 members of the team got those first and second spots to move through finals. The cool thing about this event as well, with that whole team situation and the regional sort of teams coming together, each surfer, as they progress, they accrue points sort of for their position in the heats. So today at the end of it, there'll actually be a region, a team that wins as well. So it's kind of cool. The kids, even with a few of the kids that bowed out yesterday getting 3rd or 4th, they were stoked they got the 3rd and not the 4th purely because it's an extra, say, 500 points for their team. So that one's more just a bragging rights thing, but everyone loves to think that they're the best region in the country. I think we do that regardless, but the teams thing definitely helps make that a bit more fun in rallies. I think that's what's cool too at rallies, all the kids around one another and they're supporting them.
And you can hear that rivalry on the, down on the point there. The teams are cheering their team members on because they want those points, and yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was awesome yesterday. The cool thing was actually watching too, there wasn't any no one's having a go at the other teams. It was more just they're just amping themselves up. Actually, Team Taranaki on the Wednesday in particular were so vocal, and I started talking about it on the beach commentary. And then I've noticed in the last couple of days now, the Auckland team have gone and got a mascot costume. There's been a few teams that have created costumes and created mascots throughout this week. And then Taranaki, and then yesterday Northland actually sort of tried to take over the area by the MC there on the front of the beach, and sort of were trying to wave the flags and get really rowdy and vocal, just in high spirits and supporting the surfers. So it was real cool to see that energy around it for each other.
We've got a paddle for a wave here. That's Bonnie Lynch. A nice carve off the top and back into the energy source.
Been nice today, patient, just didn't push too much, but stayed in that energy and just tried to keep the rail engaged, because that's part of it too. There is that speed, power, flow kind of part of the criteria, but it's that flow where the doesn't want to look like you're being almost erratic and a bit sort of like just flicky in your turns. You're really trying to engage the rails of the surfboards.
I think we kind of saw that yesterday when it was a bit bigger. You know, it's, they want to see speed, flow, and power on the point breaks. And you know, out here you want to hold your bottom turn. Yeah. Hold it just for just a little bit extra.
Yeah. Pulls it out, gives you the speed to come up for the Rios. I mean, you're right. We definitely were that largest swell yesterday. It was. You could see that, and what happened was you would watch that be separated in the scores too. That would be the difference between the 4s and the 6s sort of thing. Yeah, it was funny. I alluded to that yesterday. That I was like, the best way to do the best Rio, the best turn at the top, is to have the best bottom turn. It all starts with the bottom turn, and that's an old, probably an old like 80s, 90s surfing kind of thing. But if you look at the masters of whether it's Oki for the Kuki footers or Joel Parkinson for us natural footers, it's all about that bottom turn, engaging that rail. And here we see Ariane Walker.
Well, this is an example of a little double up through the inside. Oh, excellent turn. Blew the fins.
That was awesome. Yeah, and you're right, she stuck with it, and then that section sort of threw up, and she did well. Big committed turn, threw the fins into it. You see in that last one too, even using the hands to kind of like push the momentum forward. Now, was that Poppy just kind of using the priority, you think, there?
I think she was in third priority.
Oh, okay, no, so more try and take it underneath.
Yeah.
So this is when it gets, well, so now Sage, in that second position, she's probably just trying to protect her position. But it's Bonnie Lynch there that's going to be looking for the opportunity. She's in third, but with that second priority, she knows she's got, you know, a good chance of getting one of the better sets if they come through.
It's Poppy up.
Yeah, so with that now sort of having that lower priority for Poppy, it's like, well, look, now I'm just here to try and increase my scores and try and ideally, you know, open up more. Perhaps look for that something in the 6 range and get out the sort of average scores that she's got at the moment.
2 minutes 30 to go. Tino Piri Tata, tēnei hiti.
Attention.
Yeah, aye.
Kauri
tai te ki I tēnei wā kōwai te toa. You can't say who's going to win it right now because it's so close.
Yeah, well, that's
really exciting.
These are the ones. It might not be as spectacular perhaps sometimes, but these are actually the greater heats because it's down to the wire as such, and you're in like inside the last 2 minutes, and it's still no one's the clear winner. Quite often in some of the heats you'll see, you know, you'll have a clear winner, and it sounds bad, you have kind of a clear fourth, and then normally it's quite a battle for that second and third position. But in a heat like this, it's like any one of these girls can still steal the win, which is great to see. That's how close. I think that's what you get to once you get to the semi-finals and finals. You know, you kind of got down to the best of the best. And here we see Bonnie Lynch. This is a key wave for her. And say, like, again, staying with it all the way through.
It's changed again. That wave was good, eh? Ariana's wave was excellent.
Yeah.
She's moved her up to first place.
You can see that wave of blue. Yeah, it was phenomenal, that last one. And I mean, that's so now we spoke about game-changing wave, turns the heat around completely.
So ko e wari koutou ko te ngā kaipakahiki ngaro tuatai me te tuarua ko rāua e piki atu ki te whiringa toa. So I'm just saying the first 2 people go through the finals.
Indeed. And this is one for Bonnie, unfortunately. I mean, it was a pretty key wave for him, just didn't quite stand up. But there we saw, I mean, that was Ariana, right? She was rewarded for that big return we spoke of. Did well to read the wave too and understand that, hey, look, I think this is going to happen, and kind of, because you're not just doing the turn, you're kind of, surfing is so reactive, but it's about having that vision, the proactiveness to look down the wave and go, I think this is what I do. The hard thing to learn that is just years and years of surfing. But these kids are already learning that at this age, so.
Yeah, she recognised that double up, hey?
Yeah.
She could see it.
Waited,
double up.
Basically held back on her wave like you spoke about, waited for that, and with that better bottom turn, then set it up. And, you know, rightfully so, was rewarded with a good score. Oh, there we go. So, yeah, Ariana.
Rihanna and Poppy.
That's one of the locals.
Ka piki atu rawa ki te rauna whiringa toa. They're in the final.
They are indeed. It'll be a bit of an upset too, because I mean, I guess at this stage I say, but Sage and Bonnie have been, form surfers throughout the Grom comps, and standouts even in some of the events recently. So that's awesome to see that.
And that's one of the things about surfing too. I remember some great advice Billy Stearman gave to our boys, and he said that if you're prepared to lose, then you're going to do well.
Yeah.
Because you're going to lose more than you win in surfing.
Yeah. All the pro surfers have still lost a lot more heats than the ones they won. Yeah. So here we see under 18 boys semi-final. We have started here. You see the girls just making their way in, and the boys already. I think that's Seb in the red rashy there from Auckland. So surfer in white from Auckland as well. And then Kai Shearer, another local Grom here from Taranaki. And in the blue rash shirt out there, that is Lennox Jennings from Coromandel. And I'll tell you what, Lennox I hadn't heard of much until this event, but in some of the really tough conditions the other day at Fitzroy Beach, he was a standout the other day. So it's great to see him make his way all the way through the semi-finals for the Coromandel team.
And no Wakura Kai Shearer. Whānau, Shearer Whānau, Wakura.
So here we go, a couple of Auckland boys are going to have to take on a couple of the coasties. Bit of a grudge match, you reckon? I mean, we say Auckland, but I know a lot of that means probably Piha, Middleway, Māori Bay, where I used to live.
Townies versus country.
Yeah. So although it's sort of got the townie look about it by the Auckland name, a lot of them are still on different parts of the coast up there. So I mean, the wave pool's coming, but it's not. There's no waves in town yet, so you still got to live out there on the beaches. I've wondered this week too, because we've had a bit of variety. If we were always going to be on the point break, then you think that certain surfers who might live in regions with similar waves, maybe that's an advantage. But obviously this week, with Fitzroy Beach being the venue for the first few days, maybe the kids who live more like the Coromandel, generally the beach breaks and things, maybe that was the advantage. But I mean, that's where I think when you get to finals day, you've got to be that all-rounded surfer.
Absolutely, as we see today, it's not the usual stent road type of swell. It's actually, when you look at it, it's probably more like a beachy swell.
Yeah.
So it could, theoretically, potentially, be better for those beachy people.
Indeed.
The Aucklanders or the Coromanders.
Yeah, definitely. So we saw a surfer in white just catch a little wave, but I don't think too much opportunity on that one. But you're right, like it's with the priority they have what they sort of call it differently. So you're like, okay, it's a right-hand point break, left-hand point break. For the beaches, we call it a multiple peak situation. And I mean, although we are here on a right-hand point break, like say, especially this morning with the two different swells and the fuller tide, it's right now it is definitely more like a multiple peak. And what you alluded to earlier, those ones that are single peaks versus the ones that don't look as good at the takeoff, they have more opportunity on the running wave. Yeah. So he just, like I say, that's the beachy thing. He gets that second turn in a lot quicker.
Paitona Huringa Tuatei, his first turn was, I thought, was very good.
Yeah. I mean, I dare say if he'd made that second turn, he had to rush it a bit to fit it in, which is probably what made him fall. But even having the vision to do that and the speed to quickly turn that around, if he had made that, then he's still rewarded for it by the judges. So now everyone's had their waves. So now the priority starts to kick in, and they kind of fall into a sequence of basically getting who's got dibs on it, who's got the first dibs on the best one, and that sort of thing. You can already see though, that that's starting to line up a little bit better. Oh, that looks like a great wave about to roll through. This is where the boys try and position themselves or out-position someone else. Obviously Kai's got a little local knowledge, and with that first priority now, you'd see he'll watch that, and the Fred doesn't want it. presses go on this one. He's like, yep, I want to use my priority. I think this has got the opportunity.
Excellent, excellent wave. So he's actually picked the wave that kind of doubled up on the reef. So he recognised that. Didn't quite finish it, but his first 3 turns I thought were solid.
Yeah. And I mean, that's probably, you know, the wave itself, regardless of the surfing, that was the best wave we've seen probably since we started this morning. Just starting to really open up and then have that run on it and giving them opportunity in multiple turns. And yeah, a couple of those first 2 turns especially were pretty critical. So great use of the priority there for Kai. I dare say Sev in the red there would have looked at that, but knowing that he was a bit further down, surprised it kind of didn't turn to go, hey, if they're not going to go for it, I might take it anyway. But of course, so if Red had done that, this is where the priority can be a bit tricky for people who don't understand it. If Red had turned and gone, Green effectively, by having that first priority, meaning a higher priority than him, can actually drop in on him. So, you know, the old days of dropping on someone wasn't such a good thing, and it might have caused a few issues. But with priority, it basically means, look, it's, you know, you're not doing it maliciously. It's just, this is part of the sport, part of the game. It actually makes things a lot fairer overall, but it would have been still up to Kai to go, no, I want that wave, I have the higher priority, and I can effectively take it off you.
So what's considered a paddle?
It's a tricky one. Literally in this, there is about 3 strokes. There is rules defining it, you know, in sort of more finite things, but the priority judge has, so you've got a panel of judges. Today I think we have a 4-man panel, so 3 judges on at any one time. So all 3 scores count, they get added together and then divide by 3 to give the surfer the score. So then there's a priority judge individually, and that is their sole role is to watch the surfers. So literally for them it's what they call an intention to catch the wave. I think that's the wording in the rules. So that is like, it could be 1 to 2 strokes and looking to the wave. Every now and then we say, oh, he just looked at it, he didn't paddle for it. And that's when you'll see surfers sort of turn their board and effectively look at the wave, but they don't make that concerted effort to paddle for it. So yeah, that effort towards it, that intention to catch it, that becomes sort of the key where they might lose it. So yeah, now we've seen a little change up in there, but for Kai. And we saw Sev as well there, adding another score to his total. So now currently in the lead.
Sev's been surfing really well this contest.
Yeah.
Like yesterday he was outstanding, I thought. Yeah.
Relish the bigger conditions.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think again, right, this is you know, Pihar, it's I mean it's a beachy. It has a couple of waves. The south side can be like a bit of a left-hand point on its day. But they definitely get a lot of swell. They get used to surfing the Groms. It's a pretty full-on spot. You know, it's one of the heavier beaches around, and the kids have definitely learn to appreciate a bit of power. They have to learn to surf their boards properly, use the rails, get those bottom turns. Here we see surfer in red, who we're talking about, Sev. Oh, beautiful first turn.
Excellent wave. So that's one of those waves where he sits deep and just hit the reef, and he had the opportunity to really poke his board right up.
Yeah, positioned himself well on that one, and then made the most of that wave. You know, like really did well there. And that was kind of, he was on, I think, the 3rd priority as he took it too, so he's kind of snuck that one off the other guys there just with his positioning. So a great read of the ocean there. And even on that, you could see he just relished having that bit more energy in the wave and used that to his advantage.
And he has been doing a bit of practice out here.
Yeah.
He's, I've seen Sev and his dad, Andy.
Have snuck down.
He's snuck down here a number of times. And Andy comes up home and brings his honey up and, and gives his koha. But how's this?
Oh, yeah. How's the first turn through the roof? And then did well to fit that 3rd and final manoeuvre in as well.
Tēnō pai rau atu.
Oh, and yeah, a great score coming through for that. So yeah, that does literally that a good score and jump straight up into the lead.
Kua mau ia I te whitu, mō tērā ngaru. Excellent score.
And here we see Lennox in the Coromandel. You could see that the energy not quite there, and he was overworking the wave, trying a bit too hard almost. You need to just slow down and gauge that rail.
Paddled by Kai. Off the bottom. Oh, unfortunately came off there. Did he had landed that? He busted the fins out the back.
Yeah, that was a great vision from the drone to actually see the board. You see the whole tail of the board push right through the wave, like really critical surfing. Just got a bit unbalanced and sort of, so he took himself over the handlebars. It's all right though, he'll just paddle straight back out, reset. I mean, you can see literally within seconds back in the lineup. But yes, Seb with that one, just he'll be stoked now. So now he kind of, you know, that settles in and goes, look, now he's got first priority, still about half the heat remaining, and now he's like, okay, now I just need a better backup wave, and I'm solid. It puts the heat back on the other three surfers now to kind of find the opportunities.
Absolutely, it's a solid score, and now he can sit and wait and identify the good one and really push.
This is too where I think, I mean, if I'm in the heat, I'm looking at him going, okay, well, he saw that one before, but I didn't see it, so I start to watch him as well, and you almost maybe you start to follow him around a bit. You've got to be careful, he's got the first priority, so you can't get in his way. I mean, it's when we visit other regions, right? You look to the locals, and I mean, they're not going to let you sit with them, perhaps, but you can take their cues for where to be and where to position yourself. I definitely do that at Reagan with DK and a few of the crew over there. The last surf I had there, I just followed Billy around looking for the positioning. Oh, yeah. Again, identifying the right kind of wave, though.
Yeah, he just pushed a little bit too hard there. But in saying that, he can, because he's got the foundation already.
Exactly.
Have a go.
Yeah. And that's what we were talking about earlier on. You know, you've got that excellent score locked in. Hey, look, I'm training for a 4 or 5. So now you're kind of like, if I'm going to go, I'm going to go all in. And that's why you'll quite often see surfers in that position start to get even bigger numbers. You know, they start to even get the 5 tens and the 6, the 6 tens or 7. Because they can surf a bit freer and looser and you know.
When tukine whakaro ia tōna tū momo papahiki ngaru, wondering what type of surfboard he's riding. Is he riding epoxy or?
Not too sure.
Sometimes they pop.
A bit lighter.
A bit lighter, you know. Which on waves like this.
I was going to say yesterday you might have been on more of a traditional PU sort of board, maybe glass slightly heavier perhaps, or just even a bit bigger. Today maybe they're on something a bit smaller, a bit lighter. You know, the craft, it's like race cars, right? Everyone's kind of, it's funny, I think everyone gets it when we talk about motorsport or that sort of thing about the equipment that people are using, but it still stands true in surfing. No surfer would have come to this event with just one board. They know they're going to be in different conditions. It might be the beaches, it might be the points, it might be 1 to 2 foot, it might be 6 foot.
And their fins, the fin set they use.
Yep. Days like this, I would go to more like almost a 2+1 or have a smaller trailer fin. The bigger days, you might stand on a traditional thruster.
Pai tēnei ngaru. Tēnei pai. Ihu ki te rangi, nose to the sky.
Yeah, beautiful. Hey, from Leonard, and sticking with it.
Ai, hei te ro, so kua kimi e I te double up.
Double up, yeah. Found that little energy source and did well to, you know, make the turn. So I dare say that's going to be, if not the best wave of the heat, it'll be very close to it, and probably next best. It'll definitely help his chances right now to, you know, he'll be looking to leapfrog past surfer in white. And Kai now under pressure, as the local grown. No pressure for him though, I'm sure. I see surfer in white just looking at that one. So that's when...
Here we go, he's the replay. Tēnei pai. Okay, so pokes it up there. Gets caught a little wee bit, but then he stays with it and it kind of doubles up. So a little turn there, and then bang. There was a beautiful turn. Vertical.
Yeah. Made every turn matter in that one. You can see Kai.
Nice carve into the pocket by Kai. He's sticking with it, and hopefully it'll double up.
A series of good turns there. You can see too, he was staying right in that pocket. Obviously the wave not running completely, so he's not trying to outrun it at all, staying right in the pocket in there. And that's where we know the energy of the wave. So it helps you push the turns more.
Yeah, there'll be Kai's best wave. Tōna ngaru tino pairau atu, no Kai Shira. So me tatari tātou, so ha tōna hua. What's he going to get for it?
Look at that, great on-rail surfing in that first manoeuvre. Did well here, just sort of a bit of a bump there, and did well to navigate that. Just held his calm, held his cool. You can see there the board just dipping his touch, but then sort of reformed, gathered himself here to this little series of turns was great, and he just did so well. Stay lively, stay quick.
Hop, he's moved up to third.
Yeah.
It's his best wave.
But yeah, Lennox now, the only issue for Lennox is he doesn't have that other better backup score. So he's got, he got that decent wave before, but it's the backup now, and that's the difference. Seb has that. Seb, remember, I think started with a 4.45. So that sort of put him in that better position, hence why he's right up there in that first position. But Lennox now, the pressure for him is to find that backup wave. Ideally, it's something in a good range, but it's more about just having any opportunity. We saw Surfer and White stroking into that one. He's half of that was probably trying to block and maintain his second position, but he'll also be doing the same, trying to increase that backup. So now we see again, this is where Seb at the moment has a pretty good control of the heat in first. Now it's the battle for those between the other three surfers for second position.
So Christian will be looking for Kai, and he'll be wanting to sit on him because he won't want Kai to get a wave. So now the fun and games start.
Yeah, this is where the priority tactics come into play. And the same thing, they'll be keeping an eye on this man here in the blue, Lennox Jennings. But because they feel like he needs more, he becomes less of the concern. But then, is any one of these boys given the chance will quite easily score a good to excellent wave. So yeah, we'll see White, Surfer and White positioning himself. Sort of, you can almost see he's delivery in and underneath Surfer in the green Kai. And that might be because he has the lower priority though. So
yes, he does. So Surfer and White would need to sell him a wave. Sell him a bad wave.
Basically look to paddle for it himself in the hopes that he does it and then uses his priority.
So ko taka Seb ki raro ka haere whakarunga patua kuputanga wai ki Taranaki.
The quality of the first turn, you could see that again, identified, that one didn't run as long, but he identified that it's going to have a bit more size, a bit more energy in it, and the quality of that first turn. So not the longest wave, but even something like that, it's the quality of the turns that might increase his backup score. And here we see White and green. Surfer and White, he sold it to him. But
sold it. What's this going to do on the inside? So kua hokana atu tērā ngaru e te kaiwhakahiki ngaru mā. So the Surfer and White sold it to him.
He did. Yeah, it didn't work, did it? It worked for White, not for Kai, unfortunately. We saw a great replay of Seb's there as well. So yeah, he has increased his lead again over the field. So he's definitely identified the best sort of waves. That one at Lennox was a good one. It's just he needs that better backup. And now with a minute to go, that's where. This is also where though, with 1 minute to go, Lennox, although being in fourth, he's got the good sort of score sitting there, but he needs that better backup. But he has the first priority. So the good thing is, if a wave comes, if the set comes through, he's got the best chance.
So Lennox needs 6.8.
So it's a big score needed.
Big score.
Like I said, the kid's been a standout this week. So I believe he can to do the surfing, he just needs the opportunity. And unfortunately in surfing, that's we don't get to play.
Kei te haere mai, kei te haere mai, te ngangaru.
Oh, so this is where he's got the first priority. Is this the one that has a peak to nothing, or is this the one that runs? The excitement, 10 seconds to go. Kai now with the opportunity on the inside. Out the back. Is Lennox going to get, he's up before the hooter. Oh. So plenty of action there. So Kai took the opportunity, managed to get, what looks like a good wave.
That's good.
Out the back you saw Lennox go, but because Surfer and White had the higher priority, he took it off him.
This is going to be a really interesting one. See what the judges give.
Yeah. I initially was like, there might be an interference here, but then realising that Surfer and White had the higher priority, he actually did two things. He took it to use that priority to take the wave off Lennox, so ideally he didn't get the score, but then it looked like he actually managed to probably add to his own score line as well. So, and then Kai, of course, not a bad looking wave. Will it be enough for him?
Will it be enough? Yeah.
Needed.
So Kai needs 6.4.
Yeah, so, and that good score
will be interesting.
Yeah. You'll see too that the judging scale, I mean, it doesn't change as such, but they allow for the conditions. So each day they'll have a couple of waves. Normally at the start of the heat too, you'll find that there'll be almost a delay in some of the scores. They'll wait for a few waves to come through, kind of figure out the comparisons, and that will they'll have a few key waves that they scale off, whether it be in a good range, the average range, and then based on those, that sort of sets a bit of a precedent for the rest of the heat and the round quite often. Right, while we let them figure that out, we're going to move straight into live action for the under-18 boys semi-final. So this one, another great heat. It's from the Bay of Plenty over there in Ngā Tommy Lodge from Northland. So, great to have the Northland crew down here. And then Harrison Biddle from Coromandel and Jacob Haynes from Waikato. So we just stacked all these heats.
All really good surfers. Jacob Kohinga here. Just managed to catch a rail and came off his board there, but he's on his way. He's a bit of a character amongst all the boys. Fella, Jacob.
He is, yeah, it's a bit of a laugh. It's kind of cool to see the different personalities and the kids come through, and some of the quieter ones, and you get a few of the rascals in a good way. It's actually interesting being when I've done some of the beach commentary on the beach marshal area. So that's where the kids go up, and Shelley, the lady's been helping us this week as beach marshal, hands them their bash shirts and gives them instructions for the heats. And it's pretty funny to see some of the kids in the banter they have with her, and they might be told, hey, look, at 10 minutes you're allowed to get your bash shirt, and then you go out, and those ones will come up at 12 minutes and they're pushing, come on Shelley, please, and they having a bit of fun with it. But you watch the larrikins, but in a great way. They lively and joyous and pushing the limits a little bit.
Just sitting in the water, it's a little bit of a lull at the moment. You get that in surfing, and but when they come, they're going to come.
Yeah. We saw in that last heat, as soon as that surf popped up, everyone's active.
It's a matter of actually just containing your nerves and just being focused and clear on your tactics and what you want to do.
Yeah, I wonder if, every heat you sort of see some of there's a team manager, and all the teams have a coach as well. That's an overall team coach. Like, for example, for the Waikato team, it's in Aotearoa. So, that's got to be one of the best guys to take any information off about Moana. So, having someone like that sort of on your shoulder, watching the surf before your heats, and look, he's helping you identify where he thinks the opportunities are. And I dare say that the idea is most surfers will paddle up with some sort of a game plan for that. If it's 10 minutes sitting and waiting for key waves, if they don't come, then I'm getting busy. Or maybe it's the other way, like, hey, for that first 10 minutes, stay busy, try and get active, maybe try and get in a bit of a rhythm with the ocean. If that hasn't worked, then we get more patient.
I know for the Taranaki team, it's called Tommy Butler to Kaiako, mo te kapa o Taranaki, and
great local surfer. And
he's probably, I'd say, one of the best surfers out here now.
Yeah,
he does some amazing things.
Yeah, he's been a great surfer. He's only youngest still himself, but he's been a great surfer for a long time. But you're right, I think, as a coach, if you've got someone who can coach you about stent, that's a pretty cool person to have helping you out. And he surfs this wave, I guess, through all conditions, all tides. Yeah, I know most of a few of his video parts. Some of it's international footage, but there's always a few waves, local waves for him. You don't often see people do ears at a wave like this, but I've seen Tommy do some incredible ones.
He does, yeah. He's one of the only ones I've seen take off when it's like proper big, and then hit the first section and do an ear. Yeah.
Where everyone's basically trying to duck around it and go for the next one. Yeah.
No, he's pretty good.
It was actually, I think he had a little free surf yesterday morning. Actually, I don't think majorly, but injured himself a little bit, and I got a bit worried. But then he was here all day long with the team, cheering the kids on. I mean, I think he takes that role upon himself to really be an ambassador for surfing, but for the region as well. And I know he wears that with a lot of pride. So it was him getting the kids all fired up, even over at Fitzroy Beach, and getting them all yelling and waving the flag. And like I said, it was Taranaki that first turned up with the little mascot. I don't know if we'll be able to get a shot of them today down here, but there was one of the little groms had a little prawn costume on, running around.
It was young Clarence.
Yeah.
Clarence from Uakura.
Yeah, he's a little character, but he's awesome. So you can see this. So this heat's starting off a bit quieter. The other one, we sort of had that action right at the start, and then a lull in the middle. Yeah. A bit of a delay. This is what I was saying. Sometimes the judges at the start will kind of wait for a few scores to a few waves to look at comparisons. The good thing is, though, with here, you've already had that under-18 boys semi-final one. So they'll already kind of have an idea of the scale they're setting and what they've seen. Unfortunately, just a little sleepiness in the ocean right now.
Yeah. When you see the surfers off their boards like that, it's usually pretty sleepy. Yeah.
My eldest son, but one of my 4 children is now surfing sailor, and every time I see him doing that on his board, I'm like, get on your board. You need to be ready. It's not, this is nothing to do with competition. This is just when we're having surfs. And for me, because I'm like, no, that's like you're being a lazy surfer. But honestly, in this, sometimes it's a way to just, for the surfers themselves, to relax themselves and just go, yeah. But yeah, you're right. That's a sign that there's not much going on, because normally you're always literally paddling around, or perhaps sitting on your board so you're ready to kind of grab your board quickly and go again. So yeah, I've tried to educate them that no, you always still stay on your board ready to go. And it's not very often I've ever been at Stent Road and see anyone sitting beside their board like that. Normally you keep them pretty active, because if anything, you try and dodge the sets, or dodge Tommy Butler coming out of the skies anyway. I don't know, did the boys start having a chat, or they start trying to psych each other?
Yeah, I see that there's some banter going on there in the water.
It looks like Jacob perhaps telling Zaid a few jokes out there.
Absolutely. I'm a focused man. I won't talk to anybody.
Yeah.
Just get in there, stare to the horizon.
Not staring them down, staring them out.
We wouldn't do that, no.
You're just focused on what you're looking for. Well, the thing is too, obviously, we always see the sets by the horizon, right? We see what we call a bump on the horizon, or a darkness further out at sea. And that's an indicator, at any beach around the world, that there's waves coming, a set coming. So yeah, I think that's what I've tried to instill in my son sailors. Like, no, just always be prepared. Harrison there, just kind of, I think, almost just taking that wave to just get back in the momentum.
Just keep the body moving, keep the body warm, keep active.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're at the tail end of winter, but the water's still only about 14, 15 degrees.
Yeah.
And Yeah, you don't want to be just sitting and getting cold, because the worst thing is too, if you do that and then you suddenly take off on a wave, the body's not sort of performing at its optimum. You can see Zaid almost sort of looks like he's repositioning himself, like deliberately kind of sitting a little bit wider maybe here. Then the other side of that is that someone like Tommy in the white ratio out there's sort of deliberately pushed himself further deeper up the point. See Jacob, he's not waving out for more food or water. He's just trying to get probably a time update. What can happen sometimes is if at the start of a heat, if they don't catch any waves at all, like say for 5 minutes completely it goes flat and there's no one's taking a wave, they can sometimes restart heats. It's a part of the competition side of surfing. There is that opportunity sometimes. But I think because we had a little wave earlier on, although the score hasn't locked in on the screen, I think the heat will stay sort of active and live. Sometimes, oh, there we see Jacob. Oh, beautiful cut back there. So he might have been asking. Them like maybe about that situation, like, oh, are we having a restart? Sometimes at certain events, I know normally at the beaches, as we see the replay here of Jacob, they're just a small inside one, but
nice little wrap there. Hey, start.
Yeah, not much the single manoeuvre, but just again, I think he's realised, hey, if we haven't got a restart, then I've just got to take any opportunity I can. I've been to a few of the beachy events where they kind of say, no, look, there's waves coming in. We're going to carry on no matter what. They'll almost tell the competitors that before the day starts. So if that's the situation, then the competitors know that already. Sometimes too, what will happen is surfers, less so now with the priority in a way, but it used to be that surfers would be trying to outposition each other so much that they weren't taking waves that were coming through. So then from a judges or a contest director sort of aspect, they'd say, no, look, there has been waves, there's been opportunity, you haven't taken that opportunity, we're not restarting, we carry on. So, and that's when the surfers are like, oh, geez, I've lost 7 minutes of the heat, I've got to get busier. I think that's what we're seeing now, these boys just starting to...
You kind of see the tide changing as well, So, ka pari te tai, the tide's coming in higher.
Yep.
And which means there's going to be a bit more water over the reef, which changes the shape of the wave, and it might mean that they need to go a little bit deeper to get that steep section on the wave.
Yeah.
And kind of surf closer into where the rocks are, where the reef is.
You don't quite see it in this close-up shot like that, but just to the, when you're looking at the screen to the right-hand side, there is the rock reef running out there. And we see Harrison. Same thing, just trying to start to stay busy, stay active. Hopefully we'll get some of those little scores. I imagine there's nothing sort of major consequence.
Jacob's pedaling again, so click to Faye. Oh, he didn't get that one.
Yeah, so we're just on hold for this heat. So we have, I think with that flurry of action at the end of semi-final heat number 1, it was sort of like, oh, there's not much going on. And obviously we saw Jacob Haynes raising his hands, and that's what I was talking about, the perhaps the start of the heat. But this one's actually being on hold. I think that flurry of action at the end of semi-final number 1. So right now, I think that's why Jacob's kind of more saying, oh, have we started? Or so the surfers can catch waves in between, but of course they're going to be worried that they don't want to necessarily end up out of position at the start of the heat either. So I think that's what Jacob was concerned about there. Even for ourselves, we were like, taking a little bit of time for some of those small scores to come through, but maybe a few technical issues at the end of the last heat, but I think too with 3 key waves really in that last 10 seconds. So sometimes they'll put a heat on hold, generally only for 30 seconds or so, another minute maybe, to get the last scores locked in. Sometimes maybe if there's been some of the priority interferences or something like that. We had one like that right at the end of one of the heats yesterday. And so the next heat was on hold for a good couple of minutes while they had to sort that out. But yeah, so you'll see now, I don't know, this is why the boys are just kind of joking and hanging out a bit, and then, but also probably trying to stay active and stay warm.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is be for these guys to actually keep their focus.
Yeah.
Because it is a semi-final. There's a lot of points involved here for them, and obviously every one of these surfers want to get through to the final round, to the finals.
So action is live. Yeah, we just got a delay in some of the scores coming through. So yeah. Okay. You can see Jacob kind of enjoying himself out there. But like you say, maybe that's a tactic. You're someone who sits out the back, watches the ocean, tries to stay quite concentrated. I come up and start being a bit of a joker and chucking a few jokes and jibes at you. Maybe that's, is that going to help me build up confidence? Or maybe I'm trying to throw you off your game.
It's quite interesting because they don't know the scores.
Yeah.
So they don't actually know where they sit at the moment.
Yeah. And that can be hard. I mean, you got someone like Zaid who looks like Zaid's just having a free surf and hanging out with his mates kind of thing. But it's like, hey, this is a semi-final. Things are on. We're active. We're live. So for whatever reason, we just don't have some of the live scores right now. Harrison Biddle, he's found a beautiful wave here though.
This looks like it might double up. Oh no.
Still nice, the 2 turns, but even the sort of the carving back to the wave, sometimes it's not really considered a big scoring maneuver. It's kind of more of a functional thing of just getting back into the zone of the wave. But to do that so nicely and smoothly and on rail, that in itself will be rewarded by the judges, especially when the conditions are like this and there's not perhaps, those bigger sections. Almost wonder too, if and when the tide drops a bit, whether the boys get a chance. I mean, a lot of these young guys, I can't do yes. I'm too old for that game. I like to have a bit more swell, a bit more energy, and I try and just use a rail of the board. These kids, though, even if there's a small section, but a chance to do it, ears are going to be a thing. And the good thing is with that calm wind today. So I'd be interested to see if that becomes a tactic later on. If they're like, hey, look, it's not a classic steam day of running point break, but this one opportunity like now, I could drop in, get some speed, and pop in air. Whether that becomes a tactical choice to go, geez, I might try and do that to get scores.
You definitely have to be thinking about that, wouldn't you?
If I could do them, I would.
And I suppose as a team coach, that's what you'd be saying to your surfers as well,
Yeah, definitely with these guys. And these under-18 boys are some of the best are best at it. So that's definitely something I would be talking to if I was a team coach for one of these boys. I'd be like, hey, look, I know you can do a good air reverse, or you've got a couple of different airs you can do. If you get the section, that's a way to... Because that single manoeuvre, we can see airs, and even at the World Tour stage, we see those single manoeuvres of big airs turn into 6s, 8s, right up into that X.
And all they need is one section.
One
section.
Yep. So it was funny, we saw a couple of sort of airs yesterday, but it was more they'd done their surfing on the wave. It was more of a celebration at the end of the wave almost. But today, I think tactically, it'd have to be something I'd start to consider. Maybe not so much in the longboard heats, but but for these shortboard juniors, definitely. So I think that's what we've got coming up shortly too, is the start of after this semi-final, we start to obviously move into, it's all finals from now on in, and we'll move towards the longboard final. So this would be hard. Now how do you settle the nerves? Because you're out there, you kind of know you've got to catch your waves, keep busy. As we see, I think that's a few of the Waikato team down there on the rocks, pan around. They'll be out there. Maybe they're trying to throw some commentary out to Jacob or let him know what's happening. I mean, that's the great thing here at Stent too. The way the point runs out there, I mean, all the many different events have been there, even when I come down for the odd trip with the whānau and we free surf, you can sit out there on the rocks and, you know, it's really like you're a part of the whole event.
Yeah.
From a team, coach's environment, someone can be down on the point literally kind of with a few hand signals or nearly almost just talking to them. So, but this would be hard for the boys to not know exactly what they need. So you're sitting there going, well, I know I've got a couple of ways, but I know probably, you know, most of them know they haven't got much in the way of schools.
It's certainly in the past, it's definitely a place for whānau. This place here was once upon a time a place where all the hapu came together and gave a kai.
Man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Got Jacob up and going.
Yeah, I think that's the best tactic, right? Stay busy.
Stay busy. You know, and he was that cut back again, but he got really vert off the foam.
So yeah, managing to, you know. No, they are still on hold.
They're still on hold.
Yeah, so hence why the boys are a bit lost at sea, shall we say. And like us, we're like, what's going on with these schools? So, well, I mean, we're a little bit isolated out here, so maybe the old live heats is having a few issues. Although this is the catch as well, though. You don't want to, I mean, someone like Jacob can do ears or whatever. You don't want them to then suddenly, you know, start mucking around a bit too much and try something, and you don't want to get an injury, do you? Just when you're about to start the heat either. That's probably, as a team manager, you kind of put that parent hat on too and go, hey, look, don't start losing your focus like we talked about earlier. You know, don't do anything too silly, because you don't want, I mean, here too with the rocks, you don't want to knock a fin out or anything like that. So yeah, we've this has kind of been a busy season this year for Surfing New Zealand. We've been all around the country. I said we just did the national primaries at Gisborne just last week. This is kind of the big one for the finish of the year, though. Really, it's actually interesting. You said talking to a few of the crew on the beach, and everyone was already looking forward to like, hey, will we see you at nationals? So the New Zealand nationals moving over to Gisborne.
Gisborne next year.
Yeah, January.
Yeah, early January.
Yeah. So it was kind of, I think everyone's had this big season. We kind of, obviously surfing, a lot of it happens around that sort of summer and late summer. So normally the nationals sort of around mid-January, and then January, February, March are probably, I guess, into April are the key months for us. We do all the Grom comps, the Rip Curl Pros, the Backdoor Pros at Raglan. We've had the Billabong Grom comps. And then normally what happens is then these become the key ones to sort of finish the year off. This, of course, for the New Zealand Scholastics, the big secondary school event. This is the big nationals. And for a lot of these kids, they will actually travel now. So they'll travel. A lot of them have probably been overseas even since some of the Grom comps. If they're lucky enough, they've managed to get over to some of the islands in the tropics and chase some warmer water. And then quite often, though, even for myself, normally I look to these and then I'll take a little holiday after this almost. It's quite good too. You travel away into some of the, you know, the Indonesian and some of the islands and the likes that now that whole sort of the busy season is finished there. It quietens down. The waves are still good, but you go away a bit later.
Usually, traditionally, on this time of season in the spring in Taranaki, a lot of the surfers are going over to Indonesia, chasing waves over there, because we have strong westerlies coming off the ocean all the time.
Yeah. So less ideal conditions, right?
Yeah. So
yeah, it looks like we are nearly ready to start, which is good for the surfers. A little bit of a wait there, I think, between the two heats. I think it was, just those last waves coming through. They had to get that sorted out. So no doubt there might have been a few surfers sorting things out after those last waves. Oh yeah, we can hear the beach commentary down the beach, and we see their timer.
But they're on the underway.
So now we'll see. We'll the jokes might slow down a little bit, a bit more focus back for all four of the surfers.
Yeah, so tēnā koutou e te whānau, so kua timata nō tātou. We've just started again.
We're back.
We're into it.
You'd see all the guys, they're kind of catching a couple of waves just to kind of keep themselves busy.
I'm hoping that it's going to get better, because it's actually going low tide. Yeah, so...
Low tide's around
it's
midday-ish, I think?
Yep.
Late morning anyway?
Yeah, after 1 o'clock, but the tide's on its way out, so...
Yeah. We definitely saw it improve yesterday with that tide dropping.
Yep, and we're gonna get some good waves on the reef, I reckon. It's gonna be a bit more steeper,
Yeah. Just gives these guys and girls a bit more opportunity.
Absolutely.
I noticed actually watching the free surf, I got here early with the Surfing New Zealand team, thinking I might finally sneak out for a little surf before the kids. But it was in the dark and I sat there watching it and it looked a little bit sleepy even then. But the first two groms I saw running down the point had longboards. So I thought, I'm going to watch them for 5 more minutes and make a call. But yeah, even to start with, they struggled a little bit. And I was like, look, no, I'll go leave for the kids. But then I turned around in the free surf for sort of a half an hour before we kicked off. The longboarders were loving these conditions. So I think those guys coming up to the longboard finals are going to enjoy it. And then, as you say, that tide keeps dropping throughout that, and then we get into the shortboard finals. So, I mean, for people at home, if they're wondering what that means, obviously for longboard finals, they have to be on a longboard over 9 foot. If you do the old male comps and stuff, there's even criteria around how much it weighs, and it has to have a big glassed-in single fin. But for this, the kids can kind of ride more modern equipment. And then all the other surfers in the under 16s, under 18s are on shortboards, so our standard kind of surfboards.
We've got green surfer up and going. He's just cut back into the whitewash. Hopefully it's going to double up. Nice carve off the top. Back into the whitewash again. He's a solid little start.
Yeah.
For Harrison Biddle.
Did well there to kind of be mindful enough and read the wave, realised it was going to come up from. Didn't even look, it looked like more just that initial peak, but actually did start to taper off. So a little replay here. So you did well to sort of get that read, just cut back and go, no, I've got to wait. And then, yeah, sure enough, that second stood up, stayed on rail, and then even just keeping back. You'd see there, not just coming back to the pocket too, like literally riding back over the whitewater. And sometimes that helps push you back around with a bit of speed to come into it. So now straight away too, what happens is with that first wave, the 4.5, 4.5, not bad score. It's in the average category, but straight away you'd go, well, that's a good foundation, a good setup. Ideally, it becomes my backup wave. I'd like to think I'm going to get something more than that to make the heats. At this stage, you think you're probably going to need that, something better, but it's a great backup score. Sometimes in tricky conditions like this, though, that might end up being, the difference between that sort of first and second, or even down into the thirds and fourths.
And you never know, in surfing, You never know what's going to happen in the heat, and there might not be any more waves that come through, so that could be the wave.
That could be the wave. I mean, I have, you're right. I've seen, heats won with 3s and 2s and these sorts of things. So it just can be the tricks of it. I think that's the thing too. I think that's, I guess, from this aspect, it can be a challenge about surfing. We're not the tennis, we don't have that perfect court. We don't have the same playing field every time. Obviously, the wave pools and that sort of new tech is changing that. We've started to see a few events happening in wave pools. Some of them are just like the fun air events. But obviously on the World Tour, we've seen Abu Dhabi and Sydney, and obviously Kelly Slater's pool in America, changing that aspect where in theory you have, I've got 3 rights and I've got 3 lefts, and you have this effectively a perfect similar playing field. But here with Mother Nature, we are blessed with whatever she decides to give us today. You can see the boys fully, now they've spread quite apart, haven't they? Like before we saw, especially with the girls' heat, they were a lot closer. Right now, though, the boys are jockeying for position, moving around the lineup.
There we go, blue surf is underway. Ko Takai ki raro. Yeah, ka huri, ki runga, ka patua. Tino pai.
Nice. Yeah, bit of flair there from Jacob.
Yeah.
Putting a little bit of...
Busted his fins out the back there. Judges will like that.
Yeah, bit of icing on the cake as such. Just trying to dress it up a little bit more for them. Think, you know, that's worth an extra point for me kind of thing.
Putting the sprinkles on.
And in conditions like this, I think that's a smart move, to be honest. Here we see, this is Zaid from the Bay of Plenty. Yeah, that one just, you sort of saw that not really engaged in that bottom turn.
Yeah.
Wave being, you know, a bit softer and not as peaky, but because he didn't really get that drive into it, just as he's gone to put on rail, you basically saw the momentum just slow right down to the point that he fell. And that's the intricacies of surfing and then what the judges are seeing as well. No big deal, no great loss, just reset and get back out there. Tommy Lodge, though,
nice. That's
the opposite of that. Great little on rail. He might be trying to look for the reform.
There's a nice little one from Jacob. Oh, nice again. Fins out the back. And again, he's got the little double up.
And you can see again, like pushing that tail round. So, I mean, you can see clearly he's on a board that's obviously a bit more lighter, responsive, and he's definitely, like, you know, using his skills and technique to really throw that board around and add more to, almost add more drama to the turns.
It'll be interesting to see what he gets for that wave.
Yeah, I was more interested too to see if he, I wasn't sure where the priority sat there, so I was almost like worried at the start. I was like, technically, I was like, oh, I hope it's not deemed. I feel like, I think it was Tommy and the white was so deep that it wasn't an issue, but then, and Jacob kind of basically taking almost a separate wave to it, but yeah, close up, it's like, yeah, you'd hate him to have ended up with a sort of an interference situation there. Also too though, without the priority deemed, because it's so early in the heat, maybe there is just no issue at all. And you see now as the surfers are taking their turns, gone back out. So Jacob, like right now, obviously after that wave, in theory not in the priority, you can see he's still quite a way inside. So that's what I was saying about that priority zone earlier on today. For people watching at home, you have to understand they have to get into the area where the priority judge says, okay, that's the priority zone's takeoff spot, which is where you see red and green right now. Now see there you saw red looking at it, but because he had that second priority, once he realised green was starting to paddle for it, he just left it. We saw a concerted effort there from Harrison in the green Mashi, and he's went from first priority to third because of it. So he did lose his priority on that one. Oh, red.
Oh, excellent. The turn of the heat.
Indeed. One of the, probably the turn of the morning, really, we've seen.
Oh.
So this is the young surfer Zaid from the Bay of Plenty team, based over there in Mount Maunganui. And yeah, I think, I dare say that's going to open up the scoring board pretty quickly now.
He ngaru pai, he ngaru rawe.
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Excellent.
Yeah. So Harrison Biddle now, look, we're a little bit sleepy at the start, but there's a few waves pouring through now. On rail there.
Real gougey cutback, that one. Really engaged the rail.
So a little flurry of action there. That's always can be the tricky thing too. You kind of, you have those lulls and then you know, you've got to try and stay in some sort of rhythm. It's hard till a set comes in and you're like, do I go the first one? Do I go the second one? 6.83.
6.83.
Yeah, so Zaid, a good score. So that good category starting at the 6 going up to the 8 range. So yeah, you know, the judge is saying that's a very good wave, 6.83. I mean, there was more to it than just that single turn, but you know that a fair chunk of that score is relative to that one turn. So not necessarily the highest wave score this morning, but definitely the best single sort of manoeuvre we've seen.
Absolutely.
So it's kind of, I know people looking at home, they're like, but if he got the best score, then why at the moment does he sort of look like he's sitting in third? The problem is, of course, his backup is literally a sort of a 0.7 or 1 point right, a little in and out.
So he'll be searching hard now for a backup wave.
Yeah. Whereas we talked about Harrison at the start with that 4.5, his little backup score, and we're like, that's going to become a good, it's a decent score to start with, but ideally it's a good backup. That's what Zaid now needs to kind of leapfrog and get up into that first position. So of course with this one being the semi-final as well, it's that number 1, number 2 spot that everyone is out there to do battle for. They want to make their way through to the grand finals coming up very soon. Yeah, this is the scary thing. Sometimes, too often, you see it in heats that you'll watch a surfer get an excellent score of 9, and they'll need a 3.5 or something as a backup to make the heat, and they won't be able to find it. The ocean will go sleepy, or the pressure gets them. They fall on a few turns.
Or they might be back on priority.
They end up just in the wrong part of the rotation there. Yep. So sometimes I see it. I don't want to say all too often, but I see it more than you think, that someone will have the best highest single sort of score, but they literally can't find that small sort of 3-4 point ride as a backup. Whereas someone else might have a 5-5 and a 6-5, can eclipse them because of it.
So we've just had a bit of a flurry of waves, and now it's like it's lowered out just a little bit, but they've still got 8 minutes left. So Iwari Miniti Kaiti Toi.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of time. Jacob's waving his hands, and he wants to know what the scores are from the judge. And
yep. So that's basically him saying, hey, look, can we get some information? The beach commentary further down the point there. Well, basically, every few minutes we give them information about what they have, their positions, even their priority. There is a digital priority board that the surfers can see from the water looking back towards that judging trailer we saw in the overview earlier on. And that will sort of show their colour and their priority order. But I know that a lot of them, really like to hear that from the commentator. It's almost nice when the wind's calm like this, or if it's offshore, at least the beach commentator can have that information getting out to them. There's big horn speakers down on the point there for them, so they're constantly engaged with information. And when we see now at a world tour level, they've got the old smart watches or fancy watches that have literally like a live heats type thing on the watches for the surfers. So while their heat's on, they've got their own information at hand. So still a close heat here though. I mean, you've got, so Zaid's got that 6.5, the bigger sort of wave score, but without that backup, they're all, on the screen it looks like, and they are, all runs within that sort of 1 to 2 points.
So Tommy's only had 1 wave, so he's looking for that good one. He's got priority.
Yeah.
So he's in the driver's seat at the moment. So
yeah.
He'll be trying to recognise that, it's like there's something coming down.
Yeah, especially with this set now, right? Like, this is when he's like, okay, I've got to press go. They might end up being a bit deep here, yeah. And so that was probably better for maybe green even. Jacob, I almost thought he might look at the old white water takeoff. But and this is where Toby has to be careful. Yeah, was that the intention to paddle?
Was that a paddle?
Kind of looked like he looked at it and started to paddle. So now this is a catch-22. Does the priority judge say that was a paddle? But then because of that, in theory, Red shouldn't have taken a paddle.
Yeah.
So, that can be scary too. But then you're looking at Red going, if I'm Red, I'm going, nah, he's not really looking, he's too deep, he's not going to catch it. But with priority, the rules are sort of more about like you just can't be near the wave.
Because that was actually a solid wave from Zaid.
Yeah, it was a great wave for Red. That's going to be the backup he needed, that's for sure. The fact that we still see the P1, the priority for Tommy, I feel like the priority judge didn't deem that a concerted paddle for it. It was more like a look for it. Here we see the replay for Zaid.
Yeah, that was a drop the wallet. And runs out the back. Floater. Good.
Yeah. The variety of repertoire too. That's what the judges look for in that criteria. Here we see Jacob. Oh, look. He's loving that little layback Larry, we call him. And here we see Harrison. Nice on rail. You can see pushing that tail into the turn.
I actually think, as that tide's dropping, we're actually seeing a little bit more, better quality of wave.
Indeed. Yeah, look at them now, like running along the point more now, across that sort of rock reef we have here. So there you've seen Tommy. He had that first priority, but he's just sat there. He's kind of either just positioned, he hasn't ended up in the right spot, or he's just decided that those weren't the waves from him. I think more just that where he was sitting. But he's kind of, now that opens the gate for all the other surfers. Now they've kind of got backup scores. Zaid especially, I think that was a decent wave for him and will definitely add to his score tally shortly. So yeah, high nerves for Tommy now. You've got that first priority, but with 4.5 minutes to go, you've got to start to really find that wave now. And I dare say the pressure will come on as those scores drop as well. But yeah, that variety of repertoire that I was talking about with Harrison in the green, his last wave there, the nice carve in the Rio being different, the little floaters. That variety of repertoire is part of it. If you do sort of say 5 of the same type of turn, even if they're quality, the fact that it's the repetition of it will somewhat hold the score down. It might be good instead of excellent. If you've got a bit of variety in there, you're throwing the fins on one a bit more, or we see the surfers quite often push the tail right around and bring the nose back towards the wave face.
Okay, te haere mai ngā rārangi ngaru, so sets are arriving.
Here we go, Tommy.
Here we go.
He's going to use that priority on this one. Oh, and you definitely see a better line to the waves now.
Yep. This is the one.
Zay just that one, you could see that one sort of falling away underneath him. So, but there you go. So he had to stay busy. He hadn't heard that other score, and he was kind of like, I've got to keep going. I've got to keep going. But there we see another good wave lock in for Zaid. So that we sort of thought that was going to happen, and now it does.
So he scored a 6 for that one.
Another 6.
Yep.
So yeah. So now in a commanding lead there, and we saw the replay here of Tommy. Not bad wave. Probably not. I mean, not probably the quality that Zaid was able to find on that other wave in the 6.5 and the 6. But for Tommy, that'll be enough. He's had the 4 locked in. It might be something similar, maybe a little bit more, and that'll put him back in the heat anyway. Here we see Jacob, plenty of action now. All the boys realising with a couple of minutes to go, they really need to find opportunity. Oh, did well there on the rebound.
So hopefully it doubles up for him on the inside.
Does well to stay with it. Finishes well there too, like even that lifted sort of turn there.
Still going. Milking it.
The Groms, I would have sunk on that about a minute ago. So well, you see, look, you see the change of the tide, the start of the rock starting to pop through there on the inside. So he's definitely in the shallows there. So yeah, we're here.
But with that, it's going to give him a lot of opportunity today. I think on this type of swell, as the tide drops, it's going to be better for them.
Well, we definitely saw that in those last 2 sets, like actually running more like the right-hand point it is. Yesterday I sort of, I've seen it bigger as such or whatever, more lined up, but yesterday was more what we'd call classic stent with a longer line to the wave, and in those last 2 sets we've seen that potential start to show. Less peaky and more of a run to it. So the good thing is for the surfers, they get more opportunity to, they can put on a display of their complete surfing for the judges.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you want to see all the surfers show their best.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. I mean, that's why, like I said on the Wednesday, that we end up sort of doing a half day, and we actually called it off, knowing that we were going to add an extra 3 or more hours to our day yesterday, but we wanted to give, it wasn't fair to all the surfers. It didn't give them a chance to really, it was like, it became, you don't want to see people getting knocked out of a heat because of the conditions, or because they literally just...
I think it was an excellent call by Surfing New Zealand to do.
Yeah. Well, and I know that on the points yesterday, no one was worrying about that call. Everyone was so happy that, when we had to do a big day yesterday, I think we started at 7:30 a.m. We finished at about 7 p.m. last night. We were lucky to get those last heats done before dark. But thank you to the locals as well for letting us, we try not to take over a spot for the entire day. You try and work around it and let everyone get a few waves in. But thankfully yesterday we were lucky enough that, from dark to dark we...
And great timing with daylight savings, because people were still surfing once the competition was over.
Yeah. A couple of the officials, we got a little 20 minutes afterwards, just before you couldn't see. Boys were pretty close here, eh? So now, as the heat finishes with time, but them not quite knowing where they stand with their results. Okay, yeah, we can hear the beach coming through. Yeah, so unofficially it was Zaid there.
So we're into a bit of longboarding now.
We are. So this is the first final of the day. So those are the ones with the semi-finals to sort of figure out who was going through finals. But right now, we'll see the boys make their way in. And we're into the under-18 girls longboard grand final. So Zara Williamson from Taranaki here. Emma Lay. She got an Emma Lay in the white rash shirt there, young girl in the white from Northern. She got 9.33, the highest heat score, the highest wave score of the day. Jada Bramley from the Bay of Plenty in the green rash shirt, and Tiwatua Feely from Gisborne. She actually swam up the coast up sort of Tolaga Bay way there.
Yep.
But great to see. I mean, how cool is that? All the different regions being represented in the grand final.
Te Wai o Tu Feely, she was a beautiful young lady that had a bit of a kōrero on our mihi whakatau at the start of the week, and yeah, lovely lady.
Yeah.
Leader of the future.
Yeah, indeed. The whānau from over there, great people, avid ocean lovers, not only surfers. I think they have every craft in the house there, shortboards, longboards, stand-up paddleboards. So of course with longboarding, a big difference here in the criterion and what the judge is looking for in the scoring is, like we saw there with T, is the like walking the board, trying to get those nose rides in. You know, it's less about that sort of more modern tail turn approach. Longboarding definitely more.
So what type of things are they looking for here, Gavin?
So yeah, with the judging here, they're going to be looking for more the traditional old school kind of longboarding. They sort of used to have a bit of a 50-50 criteria or an 80-20 rule. Nowadays it's definitely more towards that traditional leanings. So that's having control of the board, walking the board, cross-stepping. So literally you'll see the surfers walking along their surfboard. Like I said, these boards are all at least 9 foot 1 long. And obviously, you know, single fins. So they'll be walking the board, cross-stepping, ideally getting up to the nose of the board. And what they do is they lock in the board. Quite often you see at the start of the wave, they take off and they stall the board. The back fin locks into that sort of pocket of the wave, and they'll ideally get right near the nose, hanging 5 toes over the. And then ideally, if you can, the hang 10 is kind of what would get you into, say, the excellent range in longboarding.
So what's the ultimate of longboarding? Hang 10?
Hang 10. If you can hold a hang 10, and especially at a point break like this, if you can, we saw, I mean, that was, I say, Emily yesterday with the 9.33. She sort of went along out the back, did a nice little turn, and then stalled the board, got a little 5, and then started travelling, and then set up the hang 10, and then held that for, you know, a good couple of seconds, and was rewarded with a high excellent score. So it's quite a different sort of format to what you'd see in the shortboarding, where you want to see almost more that innovation and progression. This goes back to the traditions of surfboarding and surf riding. Kind of more, a bit more beautiful and, you know, traditional in the style. You see just all the girls actually struggling a little bit here with still that peakiness to the swell. Just trying to, probably I dare say some of that's the nerves as well.
Oh, look at this wave. You see the boils?
Did see the boil on that one.
Boils.
I was worried there was a rock about to pop out there. Just a little bit of water over that.
Yeah.
So the girls just trying to sort of figure out the lineup right now. You can see this little set's caught them out a little bit.
I definitely know on a longboard it's harder to take off over when it steeps, and they want to be rolling into it. So
Yeah.
which means they want to be just out a little bit further and just paddling into it, so they glide into the wave as opposed to taking off under the lip, which you can do on a short board.
Yep.
And
yeah, a lot harder to get a big 9 foot board in there, and obviously these boards are a lot sort of flatter. There's less sort of rocker and that in them. So yeah, like you say, that glide is a key word. There's actually style in the criteria for longboarding, so there is style as well, which you don't really get that in the shortboard aspect of it. So that is part of the sort of newer criteria around longboard surfing. So that's having that control, that smoothness. So like I say, that's where ideally if they get out a bit further. The good thing too on the longboard, generally you can get that momentum going up, so you basically start to match the the pace of the wave. We call it a chip-in sometimes. You kind of roll into it. So, and you can see the girls have started to do that, sort of move out a bit further out. That set almost kind of caught them out a little bit. You see Gree there trying to do exactly that. Not quite there, but she had the right idea, starting to like get her speed up and momentum going to then match it with the wave. You're not really trying to do that last minute paddle into the peak. So yeah, surfing blue with the 4-point ride to start with. And that was just that reward for at least having that nice footwork in between. Even too when they're doing the turns, rather than obviously on the shortboard you're sort of pushing the tail and driving the board around. With the longboard it's more they'll go along and you do what we call a drop knee turn, and that's actually crossing the legs over and pushing the board around. But there we see, yeah, Jada using the footwork there, stepping across. You see just still dealing with that sort of the wobble in the tide a little bit. And that's where the control of the longboard's definitely a lot more difficult than on the shorter boards.
We've got Emma up and running. She goes right up to the front of the board straight away. Ooh. And again, dealing with that.
Yeah, the little bounce. I think the girls are feeling the nerves this morning too.
Sometimes when you see a bit of that foam that in front of the wave, that can be a bit tricky as well because it doesn't give you that grip in terms of the rail, and it's a bit wobbly out there.
You see out the back.
Well, great takeoff.
She can just set that rail. She might get around this. Oh, just unfortunately getting caught behind the section there. You can almost see the wave in half in that aspect where we saw blue and green taking off. Here we see.
Oh, look at this.
And we see Emma, yeah. Nicely done too there. Coming back and sort of standing on the tail, sets it up, and you see what I mean? That sort of stalls the board into the wave, and then that gives you the time to do the footwork.
That was a beautiful wave.
Yeah.
And right out the back, and it's just ran along the reef.
It never quite gave, you could see she was sort of trying to find that angle, but still staying a bit straighter. So I think that's going to be our wave of the heat so far. And you can see what I mean though, when she walked back, she sort of stalls the tail if anything. And ideally, all these boards have a bigger single fin in them. Obviously, most of the short boards are thrusters, like 3 fins. These have a bigger single fin. And here we see Zara in the red. Just trying to navigate that tricky little swell at the moment. There we are, 2 up and riding. I love those angles from the drone where you're above them and you can kind of get that whole read of the ocean around them. You can see that even if the wave's dying though, she understands, hey look, if I can keep the footwork going, it's still sort of part of the style of the surfing and what the judges are looking for. It's extremely hard to walk the longboard.
I'd rather them than me.
Yeah. Now I live in Papamau in the Bay of Plenty.
Yeah.
There's a lot of little days over our way. So I've actually got 2 different longboards in my quiver now. And it is, I'll tell you what, you learn to appreciate how hard it is to longboard very well. And even too what the judges will look at if the girls are, when the boys coming up in their funnel, what we say is when they're shuffling. So that idea of cross-stepping is, once you actually get it figured out, it's actually kind of easier and smoother to do. But initially it's a lot harder, so people by default will sort of shuffle their feet or jump quickly, and that's where it'll look like they're doing the right thing and they're busy walking, but they're, you won't score as high. It's definitely not as traditional. But you'll see too, if people cross-step and they learn their boards well enough, it actually allows them to know exactly how to pace out what they need. You'll see at a pro level, they'll literally know they've got like 4 steps and then they can do a hang 5 or sort of, it's funny to watch, but you'll watch them, They'll take a fin out of the board, put it on the beach, and they've sort of figured out where they want to step.
We don't actually get a lot of longboarders out here at Sten.
Probably not the way they really.
Nah, because when it's big and it's you're on the bowl, the bottom can drop out.
Yeah, it's a lot steeper. So generally you'll find. I mean, you'll find longboarders quite often at point breaks, but generally you're a lot smaller. Like longboarding, I mean, we see it on a world tour level, in all sorts of waves and sizes, but generally it's more that probably shoulder and below kind of size surf.
This might double up for
Maori. there.
Look at that.
I was saying the drop knee turn. So you see, that's what they're looking for. That's that point difference and the skill base to see that. The vision she had to even realise, like, hey, look, there's not a lot going on, but I can, by doing that, I mean, and the judges seeing that vision will appreciate what she's done as well. But that was a perfect example of it. Unfortunately, that wave just kind of catching her out afterwards. Oh, yeah, look, so we saw Emma in the good range, that score come through.
Yeah.
Here we see her up and riding again.
Riding again, she's picked another good one.
There we go.
This.
Oh, so that was exactly right. The cross step, and she was trying to get that front foot over. And literally like a hang five, your toes are hanging over the front of the board. Unfortunately, just the board just sort of submersing there below her. You saw Jada there now, because she was back on the board and because these boards are so much bigger, it bounced so much more. You actually want to, that's where you're going to start to step and sort of iron that out and be smoother in your approach. Oh, beautiful footwork right from takeoff. Stepping there, she's waiting. Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
Little quick five, like what we call a tap probably. But you could see she was looking for it, waiting for it. She was sort of just in the board, cross-stepping back and forth. This is a great vision of it. You can see there the patience to wait.
Ko haere whakamua ia, ki runga I te ihu o te papaheke ngaru.
Yeah. She'd written such a great read on the wave and knew, like, you could see she already knew what she was trying to find. She was just waiting for the opportunity to do it. So, yeah, too well to it. Now up into second position there. I know the whānau will be tuned in here on MāORI Plus with us. I'll definitely be cheering her on over there. Oh, waves for everyone. So, yeah, Surf and Red using her first priority there. So take that wave. You can see a few of the girls looking at it.
Te haere tonu ia.
So yeah, great to have everyone here. A big thank you to Makata Māori for making sure we can bring this live stream to everyone free of charge, make it accessible. So no matter where anyone is today, all around the world even, they can tune in and enjoy being here at Stent Road with us. I know for a fact a lot of my friends and my friends of surfing were messaging me last night to get that link ready to go today, especially here at Stent. I mean, you know, normally it's you don't see it, you don't talk about it too much. We just come and enjoy it. I think everyone was pretty stoked that not only is it here, but they're actually going to get to watch it, which is awesome. So there won't be too much work getting done at some places today. I know a few people have got it set up beside their work desk. Here we see Jada Bramley. It's good to see the girls catching plenty of waves. I mean, this is it, grand final. You want to be that #1 spot at the end of the 20 minutes. And like I spoke about earlier too, the points, not only do they get to say they're the national, girls longboard champion, but those bigger points go for their team.
Yeah, plenty of waves being caught. I feel probably today it's probably a little bit easier for them to get waves today as it compared to yesterday. So
yeah, we saw it was pretty challenging yesterday. I mean, then it was sort of almost a 2s and 10s day, I call it. Like, it was pretty challenging out there. It was a lot steeper, a lot harder. And the hard thing on the longboard too, because the boards are so much bigger, you're already gaining so much momentum and speed. So catch me too, when it's big like it was yesterday and running so fast, you almost run away from the wave too much. So, I mean, hence why when Emma got that beautiful big nose ride on a, like a 4-foot wave, it was well rewarded. Today, a lot more manageable for them. So now we see on that one on the wider shot, you see both white and blue. I feel like there's no issue there.
No, there shouldn't be any interference there.
No. Always got to be mindful though, it always scares me a little bit. You're just like, oh, but Emma did have the first priority on that, but she was so much deeper, it was almost like a whole different sort of wave, a different section of the reef. But you can see that one behind it now breaking through too, even the one that Tuwatu went over there. Those are almost the perfect little ones, those ones like that just crumble and peel along nicely and they hold their line. Those are the ones when you can get out there, lock in that that sort of hang 5, hang 10.
So Zaro Williamson from Fitzroy, no ngā motu ia. Kei te tatari e mō te ngaru pai.
There's one of the mascots I was talking about, so that's the Auckland hot dog. I asked the team why hot dog, and it was just purely about what they could find at the store. But as you can see, the boys enjoying a bit of music and a bit of action here for finals.
All in the spirit of the competition, eh?
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, the Hawke's Bay, they couldn't find the magpie costume, so they've got a chicken for their mascot. Taranaki had the prawn. The Northland had found the taniwha. They actually made in the last couple of days. I think a few of them got together and crafted the mighty taniwha costume. So mind you, they nearly left it behind at the point last night after everyone was so surfed out. I think they nearly forgot it. So those are the few I have seen in the last couple of days. I think there's a little challenge today for the mascots, so we might see some action later maybe.
So Emma's moved into first place, puts Ozaro down into second. So Ozaro's looking for, she's got first priority, so she's got the pick of the waves. Looks like she's turning to go now. She's going to glide into this one. No.
Yeah, it looks like I was just kind of trying to see with that priority for 4 and make sure, but it looks like, yeah, there was no issue before with those, with the two girls kind of, well, not sharing the wave, but having a similar wave at the same time. So yeah, Emma, she's got that 6-point ride locked in. She's only got that 3.6 backup, so that's what she's trying to improve on and just get that better backup score to keep her in that #1 spot. Of course, earlier on this morning it was 1s and 2s, but now it's all really, they're all trying to achieve that #1.
So Zaro just paddled for that wave and lost her priority. She's still in priority 2, so she might be all right.
Yeah, because she's sort of still back out the back, you sort of lose that, obviously, that initial priority. And then as soon as basically paddle back into the zone, you go up into it again. See what's happening there for Surfer in Blue, she's actually deliberately stayed inside now. So that's why I was kind of like, oh, she hasn't come back into the priority rotation. But if she's not considered in the zone, they don't get reallocated their priority. But I feel like that's a deliberate tactic from her, and it could pay off. She's deliberately trying to sort of sneak in underneath them and look for a different wave.
So priority is back now with Ozaro, and so again she'll be waiting for that ngaru puke.
Yeah.
No, the big one that breaks hard on the reef.
Yeah, well that's it. They really need that 6-point ride to get up to sort of match Emma now. She's got that commanding lead with that. So yeah, big thank you to Whakaata Māori for making this event possible, and a big thank you to our supporting partners there, team at Bailey's, our friends at Caltex, New Zealand Carbon Farming, of course, been a great supporter of junior surfing, and our friends at Apollo Project. So all those great brands and businesses coming together to support the youth of Aotearoa for their surfing and helping make today possible. Here we see, it might have paid off for her, sneaking that wave under priority. So yeah, it's great to have some bigger businesses from here in Aotearoa supporting our juniors. They've made this whole week possible for all these kids to come and enjoy, help support Surfing New Zealand to bring these events to the youth around the country. And it is great to have their support. Cool thing too, even like a grassroots level, Bailey's have got a Better Together thing where they actually want to support the regions and the schools.
We've got a bit of a runner here.
Do. That's kind of the way.
Yeah, unfortunately she couldn't get through on it.
Well, see now with a minute to go.
Oh, Te Waio too.
Yeah.
Look at this one.
This is a good plan.
Oh,
deliberately sitting wide. Now look, beautiful turn there. Just got to get the control. Tries to go the 5. Not quite sure if she made it, but she's doing well. This is a great wide wave for her. Now, we'll see. She's trying to get the footwork ready. Hoping it'll just stay up enough for the nose ride.
Great up there.
Yeah, totally. And again, a little bit wider, sort of inside them. Here we see Jada trying to just get control of the big board. Oh, just coming unstuck there on that turn. now this is the thing for Emma, almost like, I guess she's almost taking the waves in the hope to try and keep the other surfers off them. Because with that first position, the first priority, you're more trying to basically protect your lead. But then having said that, she's at Stent, she's like, oh, I'm just happy to get more waves. Who doesn't want to wave at Stent when there's only a couple of you out? That's awesome. Oh, this is going to be close.
It's going to be really close. I'm really interested to see what Te Whale 2's last wave was.
I think the beach commentator is starting the countdown, so this wave will count as well. And I feel like it's the one that was before this one that she kind of, when it was out the back, it was just a bit wider. You can see there on the pullback shot, a few more rocks popping up. You can see that even where green is now, that little sort of peelingness of that wave. Obviously, that's not where they'll be surfing it further out, but starting to kind of have that better form.
Yeah, as you can see, the tide's pulling out into low tide, and I actually think we're getting better waves.
Definitely. Perfect timing for finals.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, the last heat of that semi-final started to get better, and then now for the girls. We saw a lot of better waves in that one for sure. Still waiting on that last wave for blue. We'll have to wait.
See the two girls down the front there shaking each other's hand, and that's all about that that respect stuff, At the end, you wish each other the...
Yeah, it's I think that's where
there's
they just...
some mihi to each other and knowledge, and when you're in the water in the heat, it's all competition, but after the heat, that goes out the window, and it's
about sharing the joy of surfing together.
Absolutely.
It's been great to see throughout the week, and especially as we've come into the nitty-gritty, the finals end of it, sort of yesterday and today, even before the heats, some of them sort of giving each other a hug and embracing each other and wishing each other well, and going, hey, look, for 20 minutes I've got to be out there, and in theory I'm trying to beat you, but that's not bigger than ourselves. Here's the boy starting straight off with a bigger set coming through the point. It's good signs. So that was Jackson Willows in the blue there, just with the first one from the Bay of Plenty. A couple of the East Coast boys. Generally there'll be a bit more longboarding on the East Coast side.
There he goes again. Oh, see that.
So that was the little hang five we were talking about earlier on. Beautiful footwork too. The idea is too, when you do the nose ride, you can't just stay on it and then sort of go into the end of the wave. You have to walk back out of it for the judges to deem it like a completed manoeuvre. So it's the technicalities of it from a judging point of view, but these young guys, they're great surfers and they understand it.
Taj Robinson's up.
So surfer in red there from Northland. Taj Robinson, I knew of Taj, I hadn't seen a lot of his surfing. He was amazing yesterday out there on the point. And I don't know, he kind of seemed to relish the bigger conditions, so I'll be interested to see how he transfers that today to a different sort of a lineup. And then Charlie Hartstone, another Bay of Plenty team member there with Jackson. So those boys, we do get, we're not always get as consistent as you West Coasties or maybe some of the size and the push, but we do get some great longboard waves.
Surfer in red.
Surfer in red, finding a nice little inside one. And you see this, look, the boys just want to stay busy out here right now. Taj, he's just like, mate, I just want to catch all the waves. Oh, even on the big board, not quite able to get into that one. We'll see too, almost the way he was arching up was the excitement, but you've got to, on the longer boards, you've got to really sort of almost keep your gravity, your chest down, the head down almost, and get that momentum going first. I know when I started doing my longboarding, my mates who are actually good longboarders used to give me a bit of grief, but in a good joking way, as a friendly way. They're like, you look like the shortboarder on the longboard. You're like paddling along, the head's up, you've got the old shortboard kind of paddle going on, and they're like, bro, on the longboard you just chill, take it slower, bigger paddles, lay down, like literally chest engaged on the board almost. And it creates that momentum and glides you into the surf. Opposite to us on the shortboards, you're trying to arch the back, and because you're basically, you're in the steeper part of the wave. So it becomes sort of second nature when you're on the board, but it's interesting to watch it in live action. And for people at home, if they're not, you know, so immersed in the surf themselves, these are the little differences that we can see.
A little bit of a lull here at the moment, so they're just waiting around.
Yeah.
Reminds me of sometimes my son's out there and he drops a line out.
Mid-surf. Bring a few fish home?
Of course not.
You wouldn't want something big to pick up the line while you're out there, eh? I've used the SUP and the longboard every now and then to run the odd...
yeah. We have a kayak that we just take out.
Yeah, nice.
He sits in the channel. I've been out there when he's been on the kayaks fishing. I've seen him get towed around for about an hour and a half by big stuff.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, he's not allowed burley or the back of the kayak, surely. A lot of people know the old contikis and out in the drones, but my mate still just makes me jump on the longboard and paddle it out. Here we see, now look, beautiful faded start there from Charlie. So that's another sort of longboard specific thing. Almost you're deliberately paddling, almost looks opposite to the wave. You fade and cut back and it gives you momentum as well. That's a great little wave here.
Good wave, that one.
Yep. Not a lot of footwork though, and that's what the judges will look at as well. So more of almost like a performance-based surf approach.
Kind of a shortboard approach, eh?
Yeah. So here we see those. So that faded cutback, normally what it does is that'll set you up with a bit of speed, and that's when you want to stall and lock that fin in for the nose rope. The wave didn't allow him to do it, so then he read it well. Nice cutty there. Sticks with it, and then a nice sort of banking turn to finish. So banking over that whitewater section. So
looks really light, that
yeah.
longboard.
Yeah, there is. I mean, again, like we talked about the shortboards, you know, different materials. There is I mean, there's a brand nowadays, even like Thunderbolts, where they're epoxy and they're vacuum packed, so they're not even the traditional blank. And you go from literally the old school triple stringers where you've got a foam blank that's been cut and then heavily glassed in a Volan glass. Like most shortboards will be 4-ounce glassing, maybe 6 ounce for certain things. Some longboards are using 10-ounce glassing, so a lot heavier. That can add to the glide, and that normally makes it obviously a bit harder to turn, but that one might be a bit more modern. Some of them are literally like vacuum packed. It's kind of quite almost like spaceship high tech.
And very expensive.
Very expensive, yeah.
We need to look after them.
Yep. I know, I'd be worried about those rocks under my longboards out there. Apart with some good pocket money to enjoy your crafts. Or the big fins too. You see Jackson Willows. See, look at that. Now that's what I'm saying. Straight away on the takeoff. Yeah. Now that is quality longboarding. That's going to get a great score. He managed to kind of ride out. This is where I guess the judges will have to be. They'll look at it closely, and that's hence the replay. He did walk back out of the nose right. He then lost control, but for me it was like he completed the maneuver, and he's then walked back out of it. It was kind of on the way down. So. But the fact, and that's what I was talking about quite often at the start, you'll see some of the best nose rides because they take off, that little fade, he stalled the board perfectly, and that gives you the time basically to lock in that momentum. The board effectively locks in, it feels like that when you're standing on top of it. So yeah, I think a good score coming through from there. And that was more back to that traditional style of longboarding. And not only that, he got the 5 and then sort of got the 10 in there as well. So yeah, we call it a hang 10 because you are literally hanging your 10 toes over the front rail of the board. Even the judges will look at it, say if someone's doing a hang 5, it's where the weight is, your position weight. So if you've done it properly, you're still sort of leaning forward on the board. There's ones that we call a cheetah 5. I'm pretty good at those ones. And that's where you've put the front foot forward, you've got 5 toes over the front, but you're actually leaning on your back foot and put all the weight there. So you're kind of like trying to trick it, really. And they're easier to do, but they don't score as well. So little intricacies in the different type of, I mean, that's when I guess it turns into the sport thing, right? Like, it's all surfing, but that's where is this aspect of the sport, the longboarding. You see the much bigger board there. That's a great vision shot above there of Jackson.
So when did they change all the criteria? Because I remember Jason Matthews when he used to longboard.
Mighty JM.
Yep, the Mighty JM. He used to surf that longboard like it was a shortboard.
Yep, and that was a big part of it for probably that. I mean, I don't want to get away how old he or we may be, but no, back in probably the 90s, it was a lot more sort of high performance longboarding. Before that, it was used to be traditional, and then I think that late 90s, early 2000s, and it's only been probably in the last decade especially, they've really gone back, but even so in the last few years, there you see, yeah. Nice close-up shot there of Taj in the white. That one on high speed there. He's not that fast. But yeah, great little wave there from Taj. But again, that was a great little shot of that nose ride. But yeah, in the last few years, especially at that World Tour level, it's gone right back to traditional. We saw just the event at Bells Beach just last week from the World Tour longboard. They've got like a full circuit this year. Not as many events as the shortboarders, but you see Jackson. He's keeping busy too, isn't he? On a beautiful, you could see, I don't know if he planned that, but a beautiful Mojo hand shapes, I believe it was. So some amazing longboards or amazing surf craft coming out of Whangamata actually there. It looks like Jackson, pretty sure riding for Mojo there. Don't know if he managed to, maybe he's got one in each colour, do you reckon? He's like, oh, if I'm in the blue rash, I'm going to ride my blue board. I always thought if I actually ever got to be pro, that'd be the cool thing to do.
Well, there's plenty of waves been caught. We've had about 8 waves already, which is quite a lot.
I mean, that's the advantage of longboards. Normally they'll, catch a few more. Obviously, we saw, you can see the difference too, the girls that started off, there was those peaky sort of steeper waves, and for those first couple of minutes, I think part of the nerves and then part of just the conditions, they were sort of falling a bit more and getting stuck in the peak of them. Now you can see the boys like this, like White just gliding into this one. But that one just slipped underneath him. But yeah, there we go. See, look, Jackson Willows with another good one. So he extends that lead. I mean, Surfer in red, still got the first priority. He's got a couple of small scores there. He's kind of got like his backup wave sorted. He's now looking for that good wave, that one that's going to peel, offer him a chance to nose ride.
Yeah, so if you're in third or fourth priority, you're basically taking anything that comes
pretty much
in front of you.
Yeah, especially if they don't look at it. You're like, hey, I'll take it just in case it gives me more opportunity. It might not, but you've lost nothing, in that rotation. Sometimes you might opt the other way and go, no, I'm just going to sit here. If the waves look good, obviously they're going to take them off me anyway because they have a higher priority. So I'll sit here and that puts me in, hopefully, that first position. Like for White before, like paddling for it and then missing it. He dropped into fourth priority. So sometimes that's a tactic too. So that's, I mean, at this point in the heat, I wouldn't say it's a mistake. If that was in the last couple of minutes for someone like Taj in the white, I would say you wouldn't want to do that. You sort of had that higher priority, and you still, I mean, you're in second, you want the first position for the finals, but you still try and protect where you are as well. But with 8 minutes to go, to be fair, the idea would be still to go as many waves as possible, really try and give yourself the opportunity to take the win. But right now, Jackson Willows, you can see, I think just tapping the wrist for maybe a time update or just getting the scores out from the beach marshal. So there's big speakers set up down there on the point so that the beach commentator can relay information out to them. Sometimes team managers will have certain signals to help the surfers understand perhaps their placing or their scores. I know every now and then I think at some of that top tier pro thing they practiced having helmets with speakers in them even.
It's called Jackson Willows 10. E ki ngaru ana. Ka haere whakamua ki te ihu o te papa hiki ngaru. Ngaru pai anō.
Some beautiful footwork, good nose rides.
Excellent.
Yeah, he's looking like he's on form for the final. He's just finding the right waves.
And sometimes when you're in that fourth priority, there's no pressure on you, so you just go on anything.
Yeah.
And that's probably an example of a wave there where he just went and actually turned out pretty good.
Yeah, no one even looked at it. It was barely a little bump and it just snuck out of everyone. He saw the opportunity, and then his surfing, was phenomenal on it. Oh, great. Drop knee turn again.
Yeah.
He's got all the style, this guy.
Yep, koe anō. That's him again.
I'd say that's going to put the pressure on the rest of the field now. So you sort of saw White there, and he looked over towards the surfer in red, and because red had that higher priority, I think he went, you know, look, I'm not even sure if I'm going to get it, but I'm just not even going to risk ending up with any interference situation. So surfer in red grabbing that one. He needs a good score though. There's like, yeah, Jackson Willows. Oh, extends the lead again. I think something in the excellent range there.
7.33 for that last wave.
Very good score. So yeah, extends that lead. So that puts basically all the other surfers into almost a combination situation. They basically all need like 2 new waves, and you know, now something, both of them in that good range, if not excellent. So
that was in 4th priority, whānau.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like say, you kind of just had the freedom to surf, don't you, with that lower priority? Sometimes it just lets you, takes the pressure off. You see Taj there. Not bad little wave, just a shorter one, but good footwork. Not sure if he quite made the nose ride. But they would have all heard that now that, you know, 5 minutes to go. They've heard that really good score come through, the 7.33. He's got a sort of 6-point ride back up, or mid 6.5-ish. So it's, yeah, pressure's on now. Jackson starts to probably, I don't think he's like going to rest on his laurels as such, and he's sitting off the board, but pressure's off him. He's put the pressure on all of the other 3. And he's still back in with the 4th priority. Just
4th priority.
It's worked, but it's worked in his favour. Maybe he might like to end up with that first priority for the last few minutes, and he can just drop anchor as such, we call that, and they just sit tight. Great nose ride there from Taj. A little bit of nerves there on that turn. Did well at the start there. It was actually pretty bumpy and a bit hard that whitewater, but controlled it, got the nose right in. So, and then I feel like just the sort of the nerves of the situation getting to him on that last turn. You see even that, like a classic traditional style of paddling the longboard on the knees.
So Taj's best wave is a 7.17.
Yeah,
so that's,
he had that earlier.
That's actually,
he's right there.
One of the highest, second to highest wave of the heat.
Yeah.
So if he can just get one more,
he's just looking for. He needs that sort of, again, the other good wave back up. So at the moment he's got like an average score around for that backup. But you can see he's right there. He's probably the closest surfer to be able to try and steal the win off Jackson. Surfer in red improved his situation on that last wave, but just sort of more in that sort of mid to average range. So he's now Taj almost taking sort of Jackson's tactic and going, look, I've got 4th priority, so I've got nothing to lose now. I'll look around on the outside, the inside. I dare say Jackson now just wants to sort of stay out there and try and own the point as such, but he's still only 3rd priority, so really,
if you're Jackson, would you be sitting on Taj?
I think you'd start to think about it. You've got to be careful with the priority, though. You can't really drop in on him, but you'd almost, even just by being close to him and putting the pressure on him, I mean, that's the old competitive nature kicking in, maybe. Like we said, we see the camaraderie after the heat, but right now it's like, well, you want to do everything you can to be the national champ. We see Taj, you can see he wants it, which is great. I love to see that. It's hard when you watch him fall and you're like, oh, it's the pressure of the situation, but I love to see that he wants it.
He certainly does, yeah. Tōna ka'a, pirangi ana e. I te rau ngā pōtai toa. No reira ka kauria kore ka kitia tōna ihi, i tōna wehe, kai roti aia. Te whai i te rau ngā huera i toa. He's really given it.
He's going for it. I think sometimes too, if you lose, say like that, you actually don't mind, because you're like, I know I gave it everything I had, I went for everything, I did everything I could. see, this looks like a great wave for Charlie in the green. Oh, that one bowled up. He's definitely like staying on the tail more, but then now we might see the opportunity. There we see the footwork. He's staying with it. He realises he has to kind of mix it up a bit here. Yeah. As well.
Be an interesting score.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
a good wave.
The wave itself is probably the best wave we've seen come through.
Good wave.
Again. Oh, here we saw Jackson. Yeah. He's made a point of saying, no, this is my spot, mate. Today's my day. I mean, basically just taking that wave to keep him off it, really. There isn't there much opportunity in that. But he knows Taj didn't, Taj needs a good score. He needs a pretty decent wave. But that could have been the type of wave that gives him the opportunity.
Ātekau hikona kei te toi. So 40 seconds remaining. He's gone. What's he going to do?
We see the footwork sets up the nose ride. Pretty quick little one there though, just trying to navigate that section. It's nice and steep, nice turn to finish. Switching the foot.
Switch foot.
Whoa, I don't know. The wave is good. He read it so well.
I wouldn't want to be the judge.
No, he got that. He sort of got the nose in there at one stage, but it was so quick because he did well to come back out of it so quickly to not fall. I feel like probably not the quality of we saw Jackson earlier on. And we see the replay though. This is what the judges will be looking at closely. Great cross-stepping onto the nose. You could see that water push through it. But that section dropped out under him. You could see the rock and the boil. Oh, the nerves, mate. The nerves. Great to see. Again though, right? He's going to be proud of himself coming in. He gave it everything. He left it all out there. So unofficially it'll be Jackson Willows though, the new national longboard champion. And just like that, you see the boys coming in from their final, and we are straight into the next one, the under-16 girls final. So back to the shortboards now. Under-16 girls. Alani Morse in the red there from the Waikato, just has come back from overseas from representing New Zealand. So great to see. In fact, a lot of these surfers coming up today's finals are now, at that stage, representing New Zealand at the ISA World Games and the Junior Games, and even stepping up to take on the Open, like the sort of the older age groups. So Poppy Arkle, of course, from Auckland. Indy Lee Ruddle, she had such a great surf yesterday, a young girl from Northland. And Lola Grube from the Coromandel, also recently been at the ISA World Games, part of the New Zealand surfing team. So these are, this is the future of
these are the real deals.
Surfing, yeah, here in Aotearoa. And those, those New Zealand teams, it's not just because, like, oh, mum and dad, can I go? It's like you've got to go through the events. There's a selection process based on their results, where they've got in the different various comps. Also comes down to the character of the person. Sometimes not always necessarily the most winningest surfer might make those teams. It's part of, we want people who are great representatives of Aotearoa across there around the world. So it's a cool, big honour to get that as a person, and as it's a representation of surfing as well. But this is, this is a great final. On paper, these are all these girls have won events, champions in their own right. But today, one will be the under-16 girls grand champion.
They're all jostling for position at the moment. Some are gone deep, and some are sitting on the outside boil.
Well, tricky too, if you'd watched another shortboard heat, say, before yours, you've still looked at where they were. But with the longboarders, it's like, you watch the waves and where they're coming in, but the longboarders were probably looking for sort of different opportunities to what you would be on the shortboard. So, and it's hard too. One thing to stand on the beach or up on here on the headland and look out, but then once you're in the water, to reposition yourself and have your markers.
We haven't got anything there. Lola had a paddle for that.
So at the start there is no priority.
Yep.
So you kind of can. It's basically once they start catching waves, the priority sort of falls into some sequence. So. Oh, mate, how cool is that? All the teams down there. Look at that, big smiles from Jackson. Yeah, so you can see the difference in the board. So, yeah, Jackson with that mojo, that's a hand-shaped, sort of more traditional longboard. But, yeah, the other board there with the cool artwork, that is, I think, one of the what they call the Thunderbolt technology, and they are like a vacuum sealed, high tech carbon fibre. Yep. So, man, it's
they are super light, eh?
They are super light, lighter than your standard shortboard even. Yep. So, hence maybe why that difference in sort of style too, with the performance sort of surfing versus maybe the more traditional style. It's always scary watching a big board go over the rocks, eh? Worried you're going to miss a step and crack a rail.
Yeah, you don't want to stand on the ones that have got green on it.
No. Tip for anyone who's planning on coming down for a wave. Yeah. Yeah. One of the kids came in after his heat yesterday, was standing there, and he'd made it through the heat, I think in second from memory, and was standing there chatting away, and he was chatting to Shelley, the beach marshal, and I sort of just looked past her and I was like, oh no, when did you lose the fin? And he looked behind him, he thought I was talking to someone else, and then he looked down at his board, hadn't realised he'd finished his heat, and his outside left fin was missing. So the rock had taken one off him, but he'd made the heat, so hopefully he's managed to find some fins before this morning.
Yeah, I reckon if you went out there on a real clear day and you dove out there, I reckon you'll find plenty of fins out there.
Little side business to sell some fins back to the community.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, that's the scary thing too with the longboards. I mean, shortboards you're looking at, I mean, these kids are probably in small, sort of medium-sized fins. Some of the bigger people like myself are more in the large XL fins, but they're only, a couple inches. The longboards are traditionally at least probably a 9-inch fin. So yeah, you need a bigger rudder to turn those bigger boards.
E rima miniti kua pāuri ake nei, te kaumāri miniti kei te toe, kaore anō rātou kia mau i ngā ngaru, i tēnei wā, kei te tatari tonu. So they're just sitting out there waiting, 5 minutes gone, 15 minutes left in the final. Sitting there waiting patiently.
You can sort of see at the start, it was like maybe they've all had a similar game plan of like, let's get busy, get a couple in first, but here we go, this might be the first waves coming through now. Lola just, that one, just sort of had the momentum and then just held off and thought no.
And that's the difference between short and longboard, eh? Longboard would have been on that.
All over that, yep.
All over it, gone.
Yep. I think that's why we did see so many more waves in that longboard one. A bit easier to catch them with the bigger boards. So I think that was actually, you could see, I think in the sort of pink trucker hat there was actually Daniel Kiriopa, the Waikato coach, out on the point there. So he'll be sort of maybe a few signals for Alani out in the lineup. So yeah.
Yeah, they're certainly jostling for it. Sometimes the mistake is they get pushed too deep.
Yeah, yeah. We used to see that a lot before we had priority. Of course, everyone, really fighting for that inside position, especially on the point breaks. But so we see like Alani, you can see there the point three, right? Just a little in the out. She sort of just probably jumped to her feet to look for a wave and thought no. But what that does is straight away it starts to establish that priority order. So here we see that's a better looking wave standing up out the back. Oh, they've split the peak on that one.
Split peak.
So we say that when basically there's a wave comes in, the servers, two servers, one going left, one going right. Not often you'd see that out here.
Can be done though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, especially further out the back on those big days like yesterday, yeah. So yeah, this is where with that, those little waves, even though there's not much in the way of scores, and the fact that those waves have been ridden now, that means the heat is definitely on. There won't be any sort of restart or anything.
Looks like there's been a bit of a change in the wind as well. There's a bit of a ruffle out there.
A little crumble on the wave.
Bit of a crumble. Looks like it's come a bit of northwest maybe.
Is that going to affect it a lot, you think?
Nah.
I mean, that was a big part of us sort of changing. The idea had been to try and base ourselves at Fitzroy Beach, if possible, as much as possible this week. But of course, as the days went on, especially that Wednesday, you know, with the different, the wind was really the biggest factor to then looking at other options and thankfully being able to travel down the coast here to Stent. And the winds yesterday were just perfect, like until about 6 o'clock last night. In the morning it was just very calm, and then as the wave sorted itself out, and we actually had beautiful offshores for part of it. Oh,
Unfortunately, yep.
Started off really well though, so a couple of turns, you know, will be scored.
Left-hander. Get something out of this.
Yeah, Alani Morse from Waikato, so based at Raglan, so she, you know, they're used to going on the left-hand point break there. So she probably feels more comfortable on the lefts.
That wave might be all right today.
Yeah.
At the moment.
It looks like, and the girls are definitely looking at it a bit as well. You can see that.
Turn, and then she come back off the wash, and then got onto a bit of a right-hand turn there as well.
Yeah, it looked a little bit softer than that right though that we saw from Indy Lee. Indy Lee, I mean, she did well. It was just that last turn kind of falling. But that's why I say that judges don't score what they don't do. They still will reward points. You know, you can sort of do like we saw, especially a couple of kids yesterday would get, say, like 2 really good turns, might fall in the third and get the score, get a good score. So yeah, Indy Lee, probably with the wave of the heat so far, and then I dare say Alani is probably very close.
Yeah, so that last wave was a 5.3 from Alani.
Yeah, so that's, you know, that'll help them both settle now. They're going, okay, I've got a bit of a keeper. So they get 20 minutes to surf the heat for the finals. They have a maximum of up to 12 waves you can catch. So you know you've got plenty of options in that sense. Those best 2 are your scores. So, you know, now if you've got that sort of 5, high 5, 6 locked in, you're like, okay, I've got, that's a keeper. Ideally, I just want to add to that, build on that now, so it's good. So that now flips a bit of pressure back onto Lola and Poppy. And we see Lola through. Oh, that's a great looking wave.
Tino Pai, ooh. Uruinga, huringa, I toru. Ko te huringa tuatai, pai rau atu. So the first turn, I thought was good.
Yeah, there's the replay of it.
Yeah.
See that driving, pushing through. You can see the spray come off the rail of the board. We call it rooster tail. And that was classic. Even on the second one, although it sort of backed off a bit, she still kept that rail momentum. Nice bottom turn too to set that up right at the start. So yeah, I dare say that'll push her straight back up into the mix there. So now it's kind of the other way around. Oh, look, straight away. Jumps up in the first there. So that was, you know, a lot of that score will come from that first big manoeuvre. Critical, right in the power of the wave.
Yeah, so she got a 6.83 for that.
Yeah, so the highest score, a shorter wave, but it's that quality. And the quality of that first manoeuvre in particular, you know, is critical. If you'd fallen on there, the whole wave's over, you get a 1.15. So kind of laying it all on the line, and the judges, you know, accordingly rewarding that. So it was good use of her sort of, she had that priority, she used it for that wave. Even though now she might sort of, well, as she makes her way back out, she'll be a lower priority, but she won't mind. She's like, cool, I've got that. You know, that's a great wave to have locked in.
That's really positive for her because she just used her rail hard on that first turn.
I sometimes wonder, especially yesterday when it was bigger, watching some of the surfers going, there's been on the backhand the advantage because you can kind of maybe square around. But then I'm a forehand, you know, I'm a regular footer, right? I'm left foot forward. I love a right hand point break because I'm on my forehand. So it's interesting. And then certain points are different because of that reason. I mean, you look at the likes of Billy Stearman at Raglan, the guy surfs it like no one else and he's on his backhand for it. But then you watch, say, when the ledge is on and guys get barreled and then getting on their forehand. So
I reckon out here, it's all on your bottom turn. And if you can bottom turn from behind and then come up,
that's the key.
That's the key.
Yeah. So regardless of which stance you're on.
Yep. So that's where people make the mistake out there. It's just
they're running away from the wave too much.
Yeah, they come too far out onto the shoulder
as
opposed to holding the bottom turn as long as you can.
drawing it out and then
Drawing
sort
it
of
out.
squaring
And
it up.
Yeah, then slingshotting yourself out.
And you did see that too. We'd see people sort of do that and then almost fall off the, or quite often basically ride off the back of the wave yesterday. So, okay, there you go. Ride that little tip down. The hard thing is you know that, but to practice it when there's limited waves on limited days, that's here we see a great replay of Poppy Ark on the white. Beautiful. That was a cool, different sort of style of turn. Not so like, pushing the rail, but like a really kind of, almost like, it looked like she was almost trying to do a little air over that section. So
hit that lip, hey?
Yeah. And that sort of helped her bring speed over and into the next part of the wave. So this is, here now, Poppy now with that wave still to come in, so I dare say that's going to help her situation. So a real slow start to this. Oh, look at that. Pushes her into the lead.
Okay.
So that's real. Yeah, this is so now everyone's locking in those sort of good scores.
5.53.
Yep. So everyone's got that score like in the mid 5s to 6 range. Obviously Lola still has that higher one in the 6-8, but now it's really going to be what we call a battle of the backups. You see Alani, see look. Yeah.
See the rocks up here.
There's a few rocks, eh? You got to be careful. Might donate a few more fins to. Almost wasn't sure about the wave sort of choice. I was like, would you go? But then I guess it's more she might be thinking, look, I just want to get that 4.5 or something to back up to give me more opportunity. She had a great start, so it's not, she's right in the mix. This is the closest heat we've had so far today. Really, with 5 minutes to go, anyone can take this win. Lola Group probably you'd think has the advantage with that higher 6.8. But then all the other girls in that sort of mid-5
She's on first priority as well, so...
Yeah.
But, does she sit and wait for the good one, or does she get busy?
Yeah, whereas I think Alani did that, didn't she? Was like, oh, I'm not sure if I want to be too patient and run out of time, run out of opportunity. So she just went for it. So yeah, now's when that priority comes into play in a big way. Well, that's when Lola, kind of a double-edged sword. You've got lots of pressure, but here we go. She's going to use that priority. She thinks this is the wave. Just hasn't quite hit the reef, that one. She's working it hard.
No.
You could sort of see when she's on it, there was that, like a little lump underneath her, or we saw it, say, a wave in front. And just, she's more elevated in the mid-face part of the wave, not able to get that quality bottom turn in. So, I don't know. It looked good. I would have gone for it myself. But unfortunately, I don't know if she'd be happy with that for the use of her priority. Wasn't a fault, it was just the way the wave worked out. And that's just the way it is sometimes with the old ocean.
Yeah.
Here we see Indy Lee. Press and go. Well, this one's starting to stand up a bit better.
Oh, that was good. Right over the rocks.
Right over. Actually, on that second turn, it looked almost like, I'm guessing she's riding a smaller fin, and it almost looked like the fins had disengaged. You could see the board slide a bit, but then on that one, I was like, she's got to commit to it, and she
did. There was excellent commitment from her, and
you will see the replay of Indy Ruddle from Northland. I'm sure the Northland team in China. Just a nice little turn there, almost deliberate sort of half turn to come back. That one though, on rail. See there, you could see the fins disengage in the white water, and then bang, smash that last turn. It's pretty shallow in there, isn't it? What are we talking? Knee deep if we're lucky.
Yeah.
Well, you could see just in the foreground a few rocks showing through. But sometimes you got to risk it all, don't you?
Yeah. I think she should get a good score for that, I reckon.
Yeah, I think this is gonna blow the heat wide open. I guess too, if you get to be national champ, you might pick up a sponsor for some new fins, so it's all right. So another one drops in for Poppy Arkle, extending her lead. Oh, there we go. So Indy Lee, something in the good range, but wasn't quite enough. Only because Lola and Poppy with their previous waves have sort of pushed that requirement out. So Lola in that sort of, so now she's got that back up around the 5s. Poppy Arco has extended her lead. Here we see Lola Groob up and riding though. This one's standing up. We'll just calm the nerves.
Couple of calves.
Pushing, yep.
Needed the last turn.
Just got a little bit caught up in that whitewater there. You saw that, and you could see even her trying to push her way through it. That's what we say sometimes, the whitewater, it sort of loses the energy in that. We call it the washing machine.
Minute and a half to go. Still can be anyone's.
This is a great final. I mean, this is actually love where all 4 surfers could take the win.
Hopefully they'll get a set before the end of this heat.
Yeah, you can see Lola almost like, just unfortunate on that one. Couldn't quite get down to that next section. I mean, that's just the difference in the waves, whereas that one at Indies, it hit the rocks and actually stood up more for her. .40 seconds to go.
Oh, this is an intense one.
Yeah. Poppy Arkle just sort of leapfrogging everyone there, almost undercover too, sort of underneath them. But this is honestly, I feel bad, but this is a great final. Yeah, look, now she's like just trying to stay inside everyone to protect her. So if they go, although she's only got the 3rd priority, she's
third priority, yep.
So she's got to be careful because, I mean, the last thing you want to do now is then interfere with someone and lose your second wave. And
20 seconds.
Oh, this is nerve-wracking time.
Rua te kau he kuna kei te toi, ko wai katoa.
It'd be nerves now, all the girls. I mean, having said that too, we're still waiting on the last of Lola groups. I don't think it's improved their situation.
I think she's going to do it.
Yeah. I don't want to say it's an upset because she's a great surfer, but there's probably some of those other names, other people looking at it on paper might be more favoured. There we go.
Got it.
Poppy Arkle for the Auckland team.
Yeah.
Taking the win there. That was a great final.
Ameki Makoto in the house.
Good little hustle at the start. You could see the girls all trying to get busy, but the wave's not really working. And then once they came through, everyone locking in those sort of mid-average and then high good waves. A great win for Poppy Arkle. You see the boys say hello to the girls as they paddle straight into the lineup as well. This is going to be the under-16 boys. Was amazing yesterday. The whole round, the first round, the quarters, have been almost a standout division. Just the quality of the surfing, the competitiveness. There's some real talent of New Zealand surfing coming.
These guys should rip it up out here.
Yeah. It's been cool to see, I think, even with the girls and boys in these under-16s. In theory, being the younger surfers, but, man, harks back to the days of, on the back of, say, the DKs and those guys being on the tour, and then watching Maz, and then his younger brother Jay and Ricardo and those guys coming through, and Paige Harrop, Safi Vedi. Now we had this kind of development happening. Right now in New Zealand, I feel like we've had almost a little bit of a lull after that, with Rick now off tour. Paige has still been an amazing ambassador for us, but Safi Vedi and that. Billy obviously still just going for it out there on the world stage. But right now I feel and I think we're going to see some of these surfers' names that you're going to see today in the not too distant future. Like, these kids are sort of 14, 15. They're going to be hitting those pro ranks into their later teens. And there are some of these kids in particular, when you see the style of the surfing, I think we're going to see some of these kids on that world stage real soon. So Sol Fritchley from the Bay of Plenty over there surfs around Mount Maunganui and Papamoa with me quite often. Oh, it was a beautiful style. That was a beautiful turn from Jesse. Jesse really seemed to enjoy the bigger surf yesterday. Laid in that rail, those beautiful bond turns.
Well, he'll be used to it.
Yeah.
Piha boy, eh?
Yeah. They don't mind the juice.
Yeah.
Zen Māori from Bay of Plenty as well. So again, 2 of the Groms from Bay of Plenty. And then, here we see Zeke as well from up Piha way.
Sol got a couple of great waves yesterday, a couple of 9s, eh?
Yeah.
Easy.
I think his heat total yesterday was a 9.33 and an 8.97 because of quality turns like that. Yeah. I mean, that was, I think, actually I know for a fact he had the highest heat total of the entire week so far. I saw one of the sheets and it was like a 9.5, a 9.2, an 8.8. He was throwing away 7s and 6s. It was pretty...
that second turn there was
incredible.
Outstanding.
You see, right? Oh, look at that. Pushing, driving all the way through the board. Right back into the energy.
Yeah, that was outstanding turn.
Yeah, smashes that section. You know, you could see the little flare of the white water pop up.
Low to the board.
Yeah. The judges will, you know, take note of that. Again, not the longest wave, but it's the quality of those manoeuvres. I mean, yesterday we talked about it being an art. Yeah, 6.83 straight away into the very good range. So it's that quality of manoeuvres from Seoul there. Putting the judges on notice. Jesse, of course, still a great start with the 5. But for a final, you'd be like, that's going to be the backup. You know, you're straight away, you're happy to lock that in, but you're going to be working towards improving on that. There we see that was Auckland with Popiako celebrating her win there. She is our new national under-16 girls champion. But right now, the boys, Zeke, is kind of coming unstuck on that one. You could see that one a bit softer and he just wasn't able to engage and keep that speed through it. I guess for this too, both regions, Auckland and Bay of Plenty, want the 1 and 2 as well, just for all those extra points. Might be the difference for the bragging rights at the end of the end of today, the end of the week. For who's the top team? Z. He was on that low priority after paddling back out.
Yeah. Oh, that was a good wave, that one.
That was a great wave.
He found himself on the other side of the boil. The others were a bit deep. They were a bit out of position.
Yeah, they were. And he just snooped on that. Didn't look much at the start and then stood up here. That was a beautiful turn, critical. Cuts back just to stay on the edge and then does well here to like quickly come back. So that, and you know, that little bit of flair throwing the tail around. 4 strong manoeuvres. And that's where the cutbacks aren't just necessarily coming back to the wave. There's more like an actual manoeuvre in them and really driving through them. And you're right, you could sort of see Sol as he was looking at it, but even he realised he was kind of on the wrong side of it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's Zeke under, you know, basically didn't even have the 4th priority, was totally under priority. Just happened to be kind of making his way back out and saw the opportunity. Yeah. There's a couple of little magic markers out there the boys have got to find.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of whitewater out there. What's going on?
Yeah.
Locals will know what that means.
They're pretty deep at the moment.
Yeah.
And if they're
a proper good stint set.
Yeah, if they're not careful, they might find themselves out of position.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say at the moment.
Yeah. Well, and that can happen too, right? And then what they're doing is paddling around for 10 minutes out of position, or if a wave comes through, the reel's on the wrong side of it. Here we see now, though, this looks like... well, here you go. See Zen using his priority there. Smaller wave, but it's run really well.
Oh, we finished it off too. Judges like that. It's a completed wave.
Yep.
So it's a good start.
And you can see both blue and green, they've been on that sort of other side there of the reef. And both wanted it, but of course Zen using his higher priority to take it. Oh, Sol drove into that one nicely, but just you could see the wave backed off and he sort of got hung at the top. And we see Zeke up and riding. Might would have climbed that one, just more of trying to use that to help get around to the next section. The start was pretty good. So again, like the girls, we've kind of got, you know, everyone's had a few waves. Everyone's locking in a few scores. We'll see on the Whakaata Māori replay. Zeke straight back to the source there.
So Zeke got a 6.8 for his first wave.
Yeah, so he's got that highest one locked in, so that's got to be a, you know, not a bad backup anyway, but because that higher score, it should hopefully help him maintain his first. But we have seen the great waves from Sol. Zen, you know, that's going to be a great start for him on that one.
Yeah, I feel it's going to be a bit of positioning for these boys. I think the quality of surfing is pretty good amongst them all. It's going to be the one that gets the best wave.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. The surfing are all on a similar level.
Yeah.
The quality is high along all four of the surfers. There's no real advantage or disadvantage there. It is going to come down to who gets the best sort of wave to showcase their surfing on. You see Sol. Staying active, trying to keep the momentum and the speed.
You know, he's just got one of those ones that's just backed off.
Yep, sort of almost had the other sort of wave inside of it, a bit lumpy, bit bumpy. He couldn't really, you could see he couldn't set that rail and really engage the turn. Yeah, looked all right at the back. But just sort of crumbled and fell away on him a bit. Maybe that's the wind and the rain taking their toll on the conditions. Not quite so obvious on the screen, but it's quite heavy rain out here now. Doesn't worry us when the surfers, eh, mate? We're getting wet anyway.
Yeah.
I always love that from people that are non-surfing, like my mum, like, oh, but the weather's so terrible. Why are you going surfing? I'm like, those are generally the best days for us. There's less people in the water, and generally the more wind and water around is, you know, that's how we get our waves.
Yeah, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. Here we go. We've got some activity going. Blues up and riding.
Oh, nice turn there from Jesse. But we did see, I mean, here's a classic version of positioning on the reef.
Yep.
Sol's finding a great long wave here. Working hard through it too. Pushing it, you can see him pushing the turns.
It was a very good wave from Self, literally.
Yeah, yeah.
His positioning was great.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a change in situation there. And you could see that exactly like Jesse, perhaps too deep. You know, there's what you think is a wave there, and then you get the one, maybe two turns in and it shuts down. The real wave breaks further across. So able to identify that. And they're pretty happy with that wave, I imagine.
Goes in MΑORI. Carve off the top. Back to the source.
Well, there's a few rocks underneath him, I think,
rocks,
there, but yeah. But even that, smart enough to realise that even that, you know, as a third manoeuvre, trying to just kind of, I mean, I dare say milk it as such, trying to just get as much out of as possible. Oh.
A good hit from Jesse.
He's really got that quite attack kind of mode, isn't he? He's got that sort of style to him. See Zeke on rail, a bit smoother there. Oh, then throws the board up. Oh, unlucky.
Oh, unlucky there.
Yep.
It would have been interesting if he had landed that one.
That would have been a great finish to that. A bit more sort of flair, a bit of drama on that, throwing the board round, showing the fins. A nice start to this wave for Zeke. He read it well. He could see the wave was kind of dropping off on that side, so rather than trying to like drive through it too much and then maybe getting, you know, thrown off the back, he really just pushed it.
He just caught his nose, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
He's caught his ihu.
Not picking his nose.
Yeah.
There's a nose pick, isn't that one of the ears these kids can do? So maybe, to be fair, if anyone's going to do ears, it's these guys. But it looks like right now they're just relying on great, good surfing, you know, using the rails. It looks a bit murky out there. It's just some heavy rain falling. Look at how close it is now. We've still got that other wave, I think, for Zen to come through as well. So, yeah, everyone in this battle. Again, a great final like we saw with the under-16 girls. Everyone getting those high average and good waves locked in. Sol Fritchley, oh, there we go. Jumps up into lead. We knew that was going to be a good wave.
7.17.
There we go. Yeah, so the highest single score.
Yeah.
And pushes up into first. So,
and that was because of very good positioning, I thought.
Yep. Yeah, totally. And that's probably, whether he's identified that or not before that point, I dare say after that wave he's now realised, okay, sitting over here, you've shown me the few things to look for.
haven't.
But I don't know if these Groms have quite identified it, but he realises it now to sit wide. So you still see though, like then Jesse is actually playing the game where he's getting those shorter waves on the other side there, but he's so far it's kind of worked for him. But now after that one for Sol, they're going to have to maybe change the game. I mean, Sol with a 7-1-7, yeah, and a 6-9. So now this is where Zeke maybe, I mean, he's sort of making his way back into the lineup, but he's kind of doing the same and staying a bit wider there with Sol. I feel like Jesse might be, maybe he's going around to look for the left.
He might be looking at the left.
Yeah.
You never know.
It does break a bit further sort of around there, but this is where you got to be careful though. This is what happens, and we see it all too often, and probably more so with the Groms than older servers. They'll start to follow one another and push each other, and like you say, then they end up sort of out of position. So sometimes it's hard because you think, oh, maybe, you know, it's the old grass is greener over there maybe, but no, you just got to go surf your own heat, stick with your own game plan. Yeah, they've gone...
they're going deep.
Yeah. I mean, for Sol, he doesn't mind. If they stay out of position, he's like, you guys can... It might be a tactic from push them a bit deeper and keep them out of position.
So if you're Sol, do you follow Zeke around?
I mean, I guess...
You just stick to your tactics.
In theory, he's probably the biggest threat right now. He's the closest to him. But having said that, the hard thing is, like, even someone like Jesse still has that, you know, a couple of good mid-range scores there that, I mean, if they can get the opportunity to get that, a good wave, and probably now has to be in that 7 range and more, then, yeah, I don't know. At the moment, I think he's probably less worried about Zen just because the ask for Zen would be so much more. Zen's going to need something in that sort of like mid-excellent range even. But I think the hard thing is for him, it's Zeke and Jesse, but it does look like he's definitely staying pretty close to Zeke. If anything now, he'll be trying to hope that, almost like we talked about earlier, settle him into a different wave just to give himself the higher priority. If he has that first priority, yeah, I think 100% he stays on him. At the moment, although he does have the higher priority than Zeke, so this is where it gets tactical too. Jesse has first, he can take any wave he wants. Here we see Zen. Okay, so that's going to change the priority with him being second. But Sol having the higher priority than Zeke means even those guys separately, it's like they can surf their own heat within the heat, and he can actually block them on a wave. And trust me, these boys, they are all, like, in a great way, they are all great competitive surfers. They understand the heats and the priority. When we do all the Grom comps and that around New Zealand now, we use priority, so the kids understand the system.
Nice carve from Jesse. Another carve. Unfortunately, it just fizzled out for him.
Yeah. He fully must have repositioned. He's come right back across and inside. Although I feel like all the boys have sort of pushed over to the far side of the point. A bit harder to see on the close-up shot like this, but when we pull back, you sort of see that. Oh, there we see. So that's what I was talking about. Use to the priority.
The one.
So, very shallow there. Oh. I don't think Sol even understood he was riding over some dry rock right then.
He has surfed it unbelievably well.
Yeah.
Considering how shallow it was.
Oh, there you go, literally standing on the rocks there. So there. See, Zeke even understood that he had the priority and knew what he was going to do. Beautiful first turn. Wrapping cut back there. This part here, like right into the shallows. You could see the rocks dry underneath him. And then also live action out the back. This is MΑORI trying to put himself back in the mix. But yeah, that was phenomenal work there from Sol. Initially, Moore took it just to block Zeke off the wave. So, I mean, the old days of me and you, that was a drop-in and we might have exchanged words. But in competitive surfing and with the priority situation, Sol had that higher priority. So that's what you talked about, like they can surf their own heat within it.
Yeah.
Initially, I thought, oh, look, he's just going to take it off it to block it. But, of course, doing the right thing too, going, well, no, I've still then got to make as much opportunity. That might increase his backup score. Yeah, Zen, only a small score on that one, not enough. He's got to really get some of that excellent range. Having said that, though, this can work to Zen's favour like earlier on. No one's kind of looking at you too much. They've left you to it. You're under the lower priority. So you're free to kind of move around and take something from them. They're all more looking at each other now. 2 minutes to go, though. This is going to be critical.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough for him, but he can still do it. He can just identify that good wave and it breaks over the reef, and he'll be okay.
This will be nervous times for Sol.
Yeah.
He's, at this point in time, he's got the win. He's got the better scores.
And he's still paddling out. So he has no influence on the other surfers.
For a minute and a half or 2 minutes to go now, he literally just has to sit there and hope they don't get away. They've got higher priority than him. They've got similar backup scores probably. They need that other sort of excellent score now to eclipse him. Oh, that looked like Zeke might have had a paddle of that wave. I'm not sure. He looks like he might have. Oh, no, that was him on the side there. Yeah, so he's lost that priority. So this might change it now. Ooh. But, yeah, that's where for Sol, it was like, well, you just have to wait. Oh, no, he's regained his priority. So he did have a look, and then, but because he got back into the zone and the lineup.
So he's going.
So now, you can see the anguish.
Yes, body language, eh?
Yeah. So that was exactly what we talked about earlier on. That intent to catch the wave, and you could see that was a dedicated paddle. He really wanted that wave, and he knew as soon as he missed it, that was the slap of the woody.
Jesse.
He'd given up his priority, but Jesse now using his first priority.
Oh, he went for it.
Oh, there we go. The first of the attempted airs. He kind of has to. A minute to go. He knows he needs the excellent score. I like to see it. It's going for broke. It's giving it all. I mean, if he sticks that, gets the turn in the air reverse. So nice cutting, but you can see he's deliberately set this up for the section. He stayed quite high to keep the momentum and then swoop in, but just didn't get the spin on that one. Zen just
he's trying to milk it.
He's done well to get him momentum. Yeah.
There's a bit of body language there as well.
Just disappointment in not in himself and that, but just in the wave. It's not quite,
10 seconds to go.
Oh, Sol is just sitting there sweating for 2 minutes on this. But he might have done it. He might have just stolen the win off them. Right. I mean, with some great surfing.
Yeah. Well, there you go, whānau. Ko Sol Fletchley, te kaitua.
Yeah, the champion for the under-16 boys.
Yeah, te toki.
So that's cool. Bay of Plenty, one of the trophies is coming home to near me anyway, so that's all right. That was another great final from all of them. Like we said, on the surfing, they're all matched. They can all do airs and good turns. It's just who found the opportunity. And now we're straight into the under-18 girls grand final. We're going to have Ayla G in the red rash shirt out there from the Waikato. There we see Sol Fritchley, the under-16 boys champion. He's been a standout surfer in the last couple of years as he's come through from the junior ranks and the sort of the under-14s, and has just grown in himself and his surfing. He's been amazing to watch in the water in the last couple of months, or this year especially, and now, rightfully so, will be the national champ here at the Scholastic Surfing Championships. So I know the Bay of Plenty team will be absolutely stoked for him. So yeah, Ariana Walker in the white rashie from the Bay of Plenty team. Lani Fraserhurst, as you see, in the green rashie out there from Waikato, and Poppy Entwistle from Taranaki. So these under-18 girls have worked hard to make it to this grand final, and now looking for the good waves out there at Stent to help them win this crown. And of course, not only for themselves, but for their team as well. Well, we saw Ariana, and see that one just bowled up underneath her and just dropped right out. So hopefully she's all right. I'm sure she'll just gather up her board, paddle back out, set herself up in the lineup. Obviously, priority not really established quite yet, just as the girls get their first waves locked in. And here we see Lani Fraserhurst up and riding. Yeah, just a little soft wave there. So now everyone kind of getting their first waves in. So that will give Ayla and the red rashie out there from Waikato. So it is great to have everyone tuned in from all around the country, and hopefully a few international friends as well here for grand final day here at the National Scholastic Surfing Championships in Aotearoa. We are lucky enough to be down here at Stent Road in Taranaki. We've been across the region all week long. And right now the best of the best are out there for the under 18 girls grand final. Just a few small waves getting kind of locked in at the start. The girls scrambling around looking for opportunity. I feel like maybe they've sort of pushed each other a bit too deep. But here we see Ayla G up and riding. I think a few nerves too, falling on a few of the first turns. You see
Ariana Walker unfortunately came off that wave.
So it's looking pretty shallow through that inside now.
Yeah, she's getting real low now. It's a real test for them out there. E waka mā tautau nui. You know, so...
Be careful, be careful.
Yeah, kia tūpato koutou.
Yeah. Oh, this one's... Oh, it's a bowly little wave there.
Oh.
She sort of had to almost try and be patient and navigate.
Kind of doubled up for her, eh?
Yeah.
And it was actually there.
I think she was a bit worried about trying not to... maybe run the other surfers over there.
Give the old koha to the reef. The old fin koha.
Yeah. Left a few fins behind and a few bits of elbow and knees, and you got to pay to play sometimes. Thankfully, at least here it's the old boulder rock. We're not on live coral or anything.
Yeah.
But
thankfully we haven't had major injuries over the years.
Been pretty lucky considering.
Yeah, it's been pretty good.
It can be, it can be heavy surf here. I like to think, at least on the rocks, you tend to roll and bounce across them. Less getting completely cut up by them anyway.
Yeah.
Obviously, in the last few years, do you get many locals wearing helmets and stuff now? Still not.
Not really.
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah. I guess you've still got. I mean, it's deep water out there. So
yeah, you get now and then. If you're taking off on the bowl out here at low tide, it can be pretty hairy, you know.
For sure.
Get pretty shallow, but generally it's pretty good.
Yeah. It's been interesting to watch, even at the World Tour level again, athletes now, surfers wearing helmets and that sort of thing, but more so the likes of Tahiti and, some of the bigger sort of shallower reefs.
Yeah.
I think too, even just athletes being conscious of more of a concussion sort of side effect, not wanting to get knocked around sometimes. Some of the heavy beachies. But yeah, you don't tend to see too many at the local breaks that often now. I think we're pretty lucky here in Aotearoa. Most of our waves are a bit more user-friendly.
Probably just lost their priority there.
Sometimes I think early on in the heat, I wouldn't say they forget, but they're kind of not so concerned by it, so they're just more concerned about trying to catch waves and find the chances. Oh, Ariana throwing herself into that turn, but just she might need to re-wax the board.
Yeah. So we've had 7 minutes gone, and te kaumātori ngā miniti kei te toi. Still plenty of time. Heaps of time.
I think that's it. The girls are just making, a little bit of a frenzy at the start to try and get their own wave each, and also then just try and maybe latch onto something. Yeah, looking at the lineup, just those rocks on the inside there and where the boys were before. I feel like maybe they've started maybe a little bit too deep, but then some of them starting to run through for them. LG from the Waikato and the Red Rashi there. Hard to be patient in the heat too. You kind of definitely, like I said, I'm that guy. It's like, nah, I just want to get something, get started. I find it's even when it's big like that too. Sometimes you go when it's real big and you're almost apprehensive, so you deliberately paddle out and just take the first wave, even if you actually go over the falls and get smashed. And you're kind of like, cool, that's out of the way now. Now I can just concentrate on my surfing. Not really how you want to start a surf, but sometimes it can just be a way to like get over that and just move on with the surf. So sometimes in the heat,
I think that they need to just push over a bit, eh?
Yeah.
Just feel that the position is pretty deep.
Again, they're probably just, jostling with each other. And this is where sometimes with the team coaches or even the managers or the surfers themselves watching the lineup before their heats, need to identify it and then try not to get sort of caught up in anyone else's sort of heat. Like go, no, I've got my plan, I know where I want to be. It's hard to do that though when you're out there and the excitement of the situation. You're caught up in the emotions of finals day. And then you're like, well, maybe Blue saw something I didn't see.
Yeah.
Just a few small scores starting to come through, but nothing, of major consequence yet. LG just with a slight advantage at this stage, but the local surfer Poppy with that first priority, so that's the main advantage. She's pushing herself even deeper though. So
yeah, she's going pretty deep.
Kind of hard to see on this close-in shot, but I know on the pullback shot you'd sort of get a bigger vision of the reef here, and that one going more to the left. So maybe that's a plan, looking to the left. But you'll see here, did look like maybe it was Lani, I think, from Waikato looking back at the rocks. So maybe someone's up there trying to point in some direction, or I don't know if it's flying a certain flag means a certain go left or right.
Yeah, well, you see that a lot these days, the coaches giving directions and signals.
Yep. I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, maybe it's not misguided, but it's like, should do that work before you get in the water a little bit, maybe. Sometimes you'll see the surfers ignore it and just go with what they're feeling in their gut, whether it works for them or not. So look, little waves there on the inside sneaking through. Here we see this is Aotearoa.
Here we go. Nice little carve. Yep.
One of the better waves in the start of the heat.
Yep.
So they had to push herself back down into the wave on that second turn, but
it's a score and it's building her house. Nice carve there.
Yeah.
No one.
Almost sort of fell off the back of the wave, but did well enough to sort of push back in to find the energy, that third manoeuvre. You see Poppy just sneaking away into the lead there. It's not a really close heat though. I mean, right now it's those sort of small average scores. So any one of these girls, again, all very talented surfers in their own right. All capable of getting those sixes and and beyond, the good and excellent waves, or those scores on the waves if they can find the right wave for it. I'm pretty sure even a couple of these girls can do airs too, so maybe that's a tactic. We only saw one or two attempts so far, but like I said, sometimes in these conditions, given the chance.
Oh yeah, there it is.
So yeah.
Yeah, there's the boil there. They're just paddling past it now.
Just
They don't want to be going much deeper than that, though.
No, paddling away from it. Yeah. Bit of playing follow the leader at the moment, maybe. Here we see Ayla G. So under priority, just looking at that one again. See, like nothing ventured, no loss sort of thing. Just she's not giving up her priority. She was in sort of under priority and now in fourth. But even looking at that, you're like, hey, it doesn't matter. If I'm in first, I probably don't want to do that. I'm going to give away a great opportunity if a good set comes. In fourth, no harm, no foul. I mean, we saw it sort of work before with Sol. He's deliberately stayed a bit wider and under priority got some of his better waves.
Yep.
Bobby Entwistle, I'm sure the Taranaki team are down there on the rocks. Flying the flag, getting vocal. Yeah, there we go. So that's one of the ways we can see the right. Poppy just gone to the left, but it just dies out into the back there. But you'd see on that pan pulled back shot, the right starting to run off on the other side there. So, and now you can see the girls too deep. Here we see Lani trying to sort of reposition herself. Sometimes you'll do that too in a lineup. You'll literally take say a right-hander in this situation to just sort of reposition yourself. Less about trying to score anything like that, just using it to get your back across on the side of a rock or a boil or a marker that you've got. Often surfers in the water looking back to the land and will line up with maybe it's a house, a couple of trees. We've got a spot over by me that there's 3 big sort of pines, and on the big days you know where you want to sit in between those. Everyone has their own little
there's a few around here as well. These signs and these houses and these the mountain as well.
Yeah. One of those is your own house, mate.
Yeah.
You wanted a marker so bad you built your own house out of it. Is there any sneaky little certain pickets on a fence of a certain colour?
I can't say.
Yeah. Normally it's more nature, right? We're looking at there's certain trees, or literally there'll be like a tree, a bush, or something like that.
No, there definitely are some spots that you'll be looking to.
Yeah. Here though, of course, like you say, it's more. Some of it's in the ocean itself. You can kind of figure out. Raglan's a lot like that.
When it's big, the water has to flush back out, which means there's a rip going all the time, and you can quite easily get out of position.
If you're on that,
if you're on
the wrong side of that.
Yeah, if you're on the wrong side of it,
So. We saw that more so yesterday with the with the bigger swell and the swell angle. Here we see
good wave.
Ariana, yeah, nice first turn. Here we go. Now in that situation, sometimes there's a sort of rule around riding out the front of the wave, has to be intention riding out. I feel like though with that, she made the turn, she'd ridden out of it because it was so shallow. Did the right thing and kind of basically fell backwards into the wash, and I think the judges will still be sort of scoring that as a completed manoeuvre. Sometimes that's the hard thing. People come in and be like, oh, but I smashed that wave and I didn't, I got a 1.5, and it's like if they get caught up in the white one and don't quite ride out of enough.
I think that would have been a completed wave, eh?
Yeah. When I feel like that's probably our strongest wave so far, so that might, help Ariana there. Definitely the quality of the manoeuvres. Here we see the girls all just Nani looking at this one. He's got the higher priority. Oh, you can see Ayla G in the red there. Look at that as well. But Lani having that higher priority over her, and unfortunately, just over the handlebars on that one. So Poppy's still holding that first priority.
So far, Miniti Kaiti Toi, whānau. So 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
Looks like Poppy's, oh no, she's not. Thought she was going to have a look at it.
Close heat. Yeah. Ayla, you could see she sort of realised it was there, but she just was a bit beyond it. This one perhaps. It's got like that sort of half wave in front of it though. You see the girls, you can see the nerves, they're realising they're gone back to just getting busy and trying to kind of scrap it out for anything. We're still waiting on that score for Ariana though. I wonder if that's going to change it. You see Green, Lani there in the foreground looking back in towards, probably checking her priority up on the digital priority board that they'll see back on the beach here. Oh, here we go. Poppy, the local.
Yeah. Maybe it might double up. No.
She did well to stick with her that long.
Yeah.
Hoping for more out of it. Oh, there we go. So Ariana Walker did lock in that wave that's pushing the second position right now. Our heat leader, Ayla G from Waikato. And again, a shorter wave, but still pretty good for her.
Those are very close.
Yep.
Very close.
Ariana's put herself right back in the conversation for the win now with that one.
2.5 minutes to go. Anyone's final.
And not even a big score, like something in the sort of average 4 or 5 range is going to blow the heat wide open.
Looks like these waves coming.
Okay, so Lani holds the first priority. She needs probably, at this point of the heat, she needs kind of the biggest score to get back up there. She's got a nice little backup, but she's going to need that better score. But with that first priority, at least you know you've kind of got the best chance to find it. This is the hard one for Ayla G. She's in the lead now, but with the fourth priority, we see a little set coming through.
Yeah.
Ariana swoops on it though. Oh, great turn. And keeps going. Oh, it was a tough decision. I was like, she kind of needs to finish it, but you could see dry rock underneath her. Lani, she's used her priority for this one. It's a bit foamy there.
Yeah.
A bit crumbly. Oh, it doesn't quite stand up for her. A minute to go. Normally, look, a minute to go at Sten, I'd be like, no, that's probably your last wave. But in conditions like this, and they're all so close, you might be,
Short period swell, so that's the distance between each wave, whānau. I think it's only about 9 seconds today.
Yeah, it's pretty low, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hence why we've got this sort of softer swell. I mean, I think anywhere around the world, as soon as you start getting at least the double digits, then you start to have a bit more energy in the ocean. It's a good thing and a bad thing. It means it makes it a bit harder to paddle out normally, or to get under the waves. But generally, when you're surfing them, it makes it so much more fun.
14 to 16 seconds is pretty optimal out here.
You're pretty pumping.
Yeah. Have surfed it on a 20-second period.
Yeah.
And you get about a 19 wave set.
Yeah.
That's what we counted once. Yeah.
Wow. So you want to be sitting in the channel in between them, or you certainly don't want to take the first one and blow it. Oh, look, into the last seconds here. Ariana Walker did. She's got that last wave. She is going to take the win. Although we still had those other little waves, although I still think the quality of that wave for Ariana. So that was the wave she saw, identified, and got the turns out of it. Oh, a great little win there. A little sneaky win almost under the priority of the other girls. So a great win. Look, you can see how happy she is. Look.
Tēnā koe, Ariana.
So that was cool. Celebrating with her teammate Zaid, who's actually also in the white ration this time. That was a pretty cool little moment there between the two teammates. And that's why I say it's such a cool thing about the Scholastic event. Not only are they serving for themselves, she's going to be so proud of herself for that effort, but also for her team.
Yeah.
So, you see straight away all 4 of the boys. This is it. The under-18 boys grand final.
Yep.
Jostling for position. And Seb. Straight away. Unfortunately falls in that second turn.
Great first turn. Poked his nose high.
Quality through that first turn. Kept the speed too for that second one. Just whipped it around real quick. But came unstuck. And straight away for Jacob, Surfer and Green and Zaid, they'll be looking for kind of like park up, going, okay, my turn next. So now you see like that with the priority straight away. So Seb's going to paddle back around, he's back in the zone. But because he got that first wave now, sits in 4th priority. And it just starts to slowly kind of roll over and take your turns. You see Surfer and Green looking at this one. See the water boiling below him as he took off there.
Like a good first turn.
Did look pretty quality. See both blue and white looking at this one. Oh, he wanted it pretty. Jacob, he wanted that hard, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, it just comes unstuck. That was a mighty paddle. Swooping underneath Zaid in the white. Here we see Zaid though now taking his turn.
Oh,
the opening nerves of the heat.
Yeah. Boys are feeling anxious.
Bit of banter there between the two of them, I think.
Yeah, a couple of deep breaths.
Yep.
Reset the system.
Like I say, I mean, normally it's the bigger days, but sometimes sometimes even that is enough to just get you like, okay, I've washed that off and now I can just settle into my heat, into my routine, where I want to be doing.
Yeah, these two are having a bit of a banter between each other. They obviously know each other well.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, a little bit of cat and mouse there even for that one. Here we see Zaid with the slightly higher priority though, using that right now to take the wave. He wants to get started. I mean, he just saw his teammate win the under-18 girls final for Aotearoa, so he'll be like, well, I've got to do the same. I've got to bring it home for the Bay of Plenty. Aucklanders have doubled their odds on this one though, with Sev and Surf in green. You see the girls right down on the inside.
That was a solid wave, that first one. Get a score on the board.
Yeah. So yeah, Sev with the 4. Yeah, these boys sort of bunched together around, but sort of seem to be in a bit of a better position to start here.
Are in perfect position at the moment.
I mean, Seb there unfortunately fell on that second turn, but the 4, you know, basically for that single manoeuvre really, but it was a nice first turn.
Especially Jacob, he's in perfect position.
Oh, right there. Sometimes at spots around the country, there's certain rocks with a bit of kelp in that. You can literally sit there and kind of hold the kelp. It becomes your little marker. You see Jacob there almost trying to, like, what I call chip into the wave, sort of coming from behind it and just almost like trying to use like the longboarders to glide into it and then meet the momentum of the wave. You see Zaid, look, he's got that little wave locked in. He liked it, so straight into this one.
Oh, that's a good wave.
Yeah. Nice on rail turn. Trying to sort of push that one, make it a bit of a statement to the judges, but just comes unstuck. Sev. Okay, incomplete turn on that one for him, but same thing, just really pushing it. Trying to sort of show the judges how good they can surf. You saw Jacob here just seeing something, moving across a little bit in the lineup. How's the vision of that? You could barely sort of notice that, but he saw it, he realised something. He's fighting hard to get into it, using his priority, he's away.
Kind of didn't pan out how he thought it was going to.
Unfortunately not, but I love the idea that you could see the intention, like his read of the ocean anyway. At least he's definitely trying to engage with the energy out there. And you can see Zaid kind of off the back of that other wave just going, look, I'm going to keep, try and find this flow. And there's a big, quite often you'll see that with surfers at all levels. They find their flow and they makes a big difference.
There we go.
And you see a better one standing up out the back there.
He's going.
Oh,
he's going left.
Going for a bit in the air there. So yeah, great to have the opportunity here for all these surfers. A big thanks to all our supporters, of course, likes of Bailey's Real Estate, friends of Caltex, Tiva and Apollo Projects. But here we see Sev boosting through the roof of that one. Unfortunately, the board just kind of, he basically, as he went to air, he sort of pushed the board away from himself. So there we saw, Zaid, look, jumped on that second wave and it has helped his situation. Jacob now, though, identifies this to be a good one.
Yeah, nice first calf by Jacob. A couple of cutties back into the source.
Yeah. Again, did
Get
well,
a score on the board, eh?
Yeah, but he's just wants to get rid of the nerves, right? He's got only the one. He's like, look, I just want to feel like I've got something underneath me. So, yeah. But yeah, great to have our partners on board making this possible for us. So a big thank you, of course, to our friends at Whakaata Māori, you know, helping bring this live stream to everyone free of charge and making it accessible for all our whānau all around the country. I know I've had a few messages from people in various regions around the country watching. Some of them have got their own whānau, their own kids in this event. Others are just supporting them because they're from the same town, same region, surf with them at the local breaks. So cool to have that happening. And made possible by our partners at Bailey's, Caltex, Nativa and Polar Projects as well.
Yeah,
lucky.
They're very active here.
Boys are staying busy.
Yeah, they're really busy.
I was going to say, we have to say thank you to the locals as well too, brother, because you guys have opened up the coast for us this week.
Yeah, look, we're all about the kids, eh? You know, they're the next generation. At the end of the day, you know, when we're old, we want them to look after us in the water, you know, so the doors are always open.
Yeah, that's cool. I think I feel like that's why every borderised club eventually starts, is there's a few parents who surf and go, well, let's make sure we create a platform for our kids, you know. It's not about the competitiveness of it all, it's about kind of bringing that community and bringing that spirit around it. I know that's what we've done in Papamoa in the last couple of years. We reignited our local borderised club over there. It had been sort of started back in the 80s, sort of dormant for a little while, and a few of us got back into it and said, you know, we've got younger kids, we want to have this. It's a platform for us to have a few fun events together, but really to sort of just set up a foundation for our kids. And I think that's what this event does for the junior surfers in New Zealand. It's a pathway for them to then carry on into those nationals in January each year, and you know, and ideally it's a stepping stone to getting towards those international events, and hopefully one day being on the world tour. If nothing else, it means they're going to travel the world enjoying surfing with friends. Jacob, he's seen another one here. Oh, now a good idea though, right? In that fourth priority, he's got nothing to lose.
Yeah, nothing to lose.
So he's trying to get active, trying to stay busy. The last wave helped him. 4.4 on that one, so I mean he's basically only trying to get rid of a one. Makes sense. Surfer in green. He took that little wave before, must have fallen on the turn, so yes. Seb's seen some potential here. Looks like he's on one of the sort of more high-tech lighter boards as well.
He's in the right spot.
As a local, I'll trust your knowledge on that one. You can see, hey, look.
Yeah.
You can see that board, he was so sharp on rail on it.
He glided in.
Yes. Unfortunately, just in deep water. Oh, here we see the use of priority there from surfer in green. You could see young Jacob in the blue there going, I wanted that one. He's watching him from the back too. That's the scary thing when you're heat and you're like, they get a go and you see them sort of, you know, a bit of spray or a couple of, see the nose or the tail come through the board, through the wave. So yeah, surfer in green had sort of fallen on that turn earlier on, so definitely looking for the start of his wave count really. Jacob the same, he's got only that little 1 point back up, so he definitely wants to sort of drop that out of his tally. So your best two scores are your keepers, so you know, you definitely don't want any of those smaller ones. You really want to be getting, especially in finals, ideally you're getting those sort of good and excellent scores locked in. At the moment, Zaid though, he kept busy and he's basically got those two back to back and it set him up. It's a good foundation for him.
Here we go. What do we got?
Yeah, who's got, well, Zaid's got the higher priority. All three surfers have sort of seen the wave coming in. Oh, he doesn't look at it. That one does just sneak underneath them a bit. Some dancing.
Yeah, the waiting game.
Yeah. Good to see a bit of fun. The spirits are high out there, even though, you know, in competition. Just enjoying the chance to be with one another here at Stent.
What's this going to do? A few set-up turns. This is going to double up for him. No, it's not.
Still managed to get, you know, a couple of turns out of that.
Yep.
Sev. It could be a nice little backup score for him.
Could be.
Well, you can see right there the rocks just beneath him, so he's literally surfed over the top of those moments ago. Out the back, the waves coming here, we see replay of Sev. And that board looks lively, doesn't it?
It does.
Nice on-rail turns. And there, like, coming right back in there, you see right.
I wonder if it's epoxy or...
Yeah, epoxy, carbon, something
carbon.
like that. Yeah, we see
Oh.
So here we go, a little set coming through. We saw Zaid out the back on that one. He obviously used his priority for it, so I like the look of it. Oh, surfer in green. Lynx sort of stealing that one from underneath the other surfers out the back. Jacob in the blue up and riding. Oh. Only the one chance, but they're going for it. So
he's got a lot of kaha, that boy. He's going for everything, isn't he?
He does, yeah. Maybe he hasn't had too many fizzy drinks this
Yeah.
I think he's just got plenty of energy.
Well, he's got plenty of energy.
These fellas are all a bit younger than me, so I'd hope so. Oh, there we see, look, Sev paid off for him. Oh, and then as I say it, a switching situation straight away again. So yeah, Sev paid off, taking that wave. Not much to it, but he did well, stayed on rail the whole way, jumped him up in the first, but on the very next one, Zaid again, extending the lead. Yeah, we can see, look, there you see a few of those inside ones running through.
Yeah.
So definitely a battle. Again, it's this whole battle of backups. Everyone's still in that sort of mid-range score. A close heat, this one again. Surfer in green now, putting him in himself in the conversation now too.
No minute kei te toi whānei, so 6 minutes remaining. Still anybody's. Kaore anō tātou kia ki ko wai te toa, so we can't yet say who's going to win.
Much too close. You got to imagine that. I mean, you can see the likes of, especially Jacob knows, on that fourth priority, you're given a chance, they're just going to really hammer a wave. You see, Zaid, that was the intention. Working hard to catch that wave. Oh, great first turn. Backs it up. Don't have to risk it over the rocks.
That was a solid wave.
Yep. Couple of quality turns out the back. Here we see Sev right behind him. These guys have sort of almost been battling, sort of not one another, but they're the ones.
Sev needs it to. Here we go.
Oh, look at that. Committed to that.
Yeah, that was a good wave. Well, so's that.
Yeah. This is the best set of the heat so far. Jacob, I think literally rode over the rock right then. Oh, mate, be careful.
It's very shallow in there.
He's
very
rocks,
shallow.
I think, right then.
You watch him stand up. So it'll be near knee deep.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, not even. Shin deep.
Not even shin deep.
Yeah. He's the commitment to finish the
Oh,
wave.
yeah. If there's an award for commitment, you give it to that fella there.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this one.
If any Finn sponsors are watching, they might consider him as a new team rider. Beautiful first turn.
Yeah.
Stayed engaged on the rail, cut right back in, right over the whitewater. Look at that, he did. He broke right over that rock that had just been dry a moment ago. But he did well because he stuck with it right to the end to finish it. And then
Tōna maia, tōna manua nui, tōna ka'auki. Yeah.
you got to think the judges are like engaged with him though, right? Because of that. It's a little bit of theatrics at the end there. I hope he's all right, mate.
You want to go to war with that guy.
Yeah, yeah. He's in the trenches, isn't he? You sort of noticed earlier on. Oh, there we go. Look, so Zaid did increase his lead with that last one. Sev's right there as well. Those guys are kind of having their own little battle between each other. Here we see Surfer and Green. Takes off on that one. Didn't look too bad. Oh, look at that. You can see both Zaid and Sev looking back.
That looked like a good wave.
The way they sat there and watched that.
Yeah.
So both of them, you know, first and second at the moment, and feeling they'd have to start to feel more confident now, especially after those last couple of waves. But that showed you that they realise how close it is still to watch that wave from behind it and go, look, you know, that's that catch-22 of it's a guy they've surfed with before. He's a mate outside the contest. So in a free surf, you're stoked for him, you're hooting him.
Yeah.
In this heat, you're literally just wishing him to fall off.
Yeah.
So,
Tore miniti kei te toe whānei. Pakanga nui kei te hara mai. She's a war out there.
Oh yeah. When it's still anyone in the good range is going to blow the heat wide open. They'll all be waiting to see. I mean, Jacob, you know, what's the score going to be? Look at that. There it is. Huge.
Ooh,
from
Sev.
From fourth to fifth. Sev comes back as well. And then we're still waiting on the other wave from Surfer and Green as well. This is going to be a nail biter with 2 minutes to go. So Jacob rewarded for the commitment. He literally having to hold his board off the rocks there to finish.
Oh, commitment again.
But it paid off for him on the last wave.
Yeah.
You know, I think close to a 7-point ride on that other wave. So the spirit of the man, I love it.
Really good.
I mean, this is finals, right? Like,
great to see, yeah.
First round, I mean, I guess you want people to be that committed, but they're probably not. But he realises this is the chance.
It shows you how much these guys want it.
Yeah.
He's prepared to, or they're all prepared to put their boards over the rocks and sacrifice them.
The parents and team managers are probably freaking out. But, mate, I love the passion. And this wave, I mean, this was another great wave. Unfortunately here, he literally had to pull his board back to not go into the rock. But, yeah. Surfer and Green adds to his heat tally as well. He's right there in the mix now as well. So now 1 minute to go. Oh, Sev uses his priority. This one's standing up out the back. So a little line you can see, he's just trying to get that little reform there. Stands up over the dry rocks. Oh, has to steer himself in between the inside rocks there.
50 seconds.
So that was almost a tactical thing to keep others off that wave, but also to then try and work on increasing the scoreline inside the last minute. Those first two turns were quite. Wave went a bit sort of off the bank there, but he still stuck with it right there into the shallows.
Oh.
And I mean, and he rode out that.
And between the rocks.
In between the rocks.
Great navigation.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, young Jacob put himself right back in the heat there. So did Surfer and Green with that other score. Last 20 seconds, who's got the higher priority here? Zaid. Now, I reckon that's a paddle. Yeah, look, he lost his priority. So now on Jacob, maybe the last opportunity of the heat to steal it from Sev. Oh, it's a nice second turn. And third. Oh, how's the little whip around on that turn?
Oh.
This is a nail biter.
Waiting on scores.
We're waiting on another one for Sev to come through. We're waiting on another one for Jacob to come through. Look at this replay of this. Jacob Hames from the Waikato on the Blue Rashi. Nice little sort of 3 different types of manoeuvres as well. And the judges will look at that one. The wave had almost died underneath him. He just whips it around.
What do you reckon?
Oh,
What's your call? What's your call?
Sev was on that bigger wave out the back and engaged on the rail. It was kind of smoother, but I feel like it was bigger. But the amount of activity from Jacob on that, it's got to be close. If he doesn't get it, it's got to be so close. Zaid, I think, will be, you know, ruining that he just couldn't quite grab that wave because you could see him looking for it. Look, Sev's like, he doesn't want to celebrate yet because he knows. He's like, it's got to be close. So we are waiting with bated breath while we wait for scores.
So, kua mutu tātou mo te rā, kua mutu. Nō reira, ko tēnei te mihi atu nei ki a koutou i ngā kai mā takitaki. Ko mātou o Taranaki tēnei, e mihi atu nei ki a koutou katoa, tēnā koutou, kia ora mai tātou.